Today is January 1st, 2025, kicking off what I am currently going to call the Year of Gratitude. Essentially, my plan for this is to think of a thing that I am grateful for, appreciative of, or just really like, and talk about it for a little bit every day. And today, I am going to start with the friends I have in my life. Being as it is currently New Year's, I'm just now getting home at 7:36 p.m. and I had a great day. I spent the night before New Year's celebrating, and then all of today playing games and just being with good friends and good people. And I'm very thankful for the people I surround myself in my life. I have a lot of good friends, and I'm very excited to hang out with them more throughout the year. Today is January 2nd, 2025. I am continuing the Year of Gratitude. And today, hopefully not to sound self-centered, I am wanting to be thankful and grateful for myself. I have already tried to record this once today. Well, multiple times, but once I thought semi-successfully. And I didn't really like the way that I said what I said. So I thought I would redo it to try and give this the proper amount of thought that it would need. I don't know that I'll end up scripting these at some point to where I actually write down what I want to say and say it. That might be more ideal. Time will tell. However, I am grateful for myself. I have worked a lot. I have experienced a lot. And I say that only being 26 and knowing full well that, willing, I will have a lot more time to experience a lot more. And I hope that never changes, at least not in the foreseeable future. But I've experienced a lot. I've had a lot of fun. I've enjoyed a lot of things, but I've experienced a lot of negative, a lot of challenge, a lot of hardship. Stuff that, as much as I'd love to get away from, it just kind of creeps up on you. I don't want to say I came from nothing. I did have a loving home life, very supportive family. But, there's only so much that any parent can protect their child from. There's a level of hardship that I've experienced that a lot haven't. But that being said, there are also a lot that experience much worse situations than I have. That being said, I am happy and thankful that despite my upbringing, despite the challenges that have come up so far in my life, that I've been able to surpass and thrive even beyond them. This past year, I was laid off back in October. I am still currently job searching, and this was the first time I've been laid off, so it's definitely been new for me. And while I have been searching, I haven't been searching as diligently as I was the last time I was unemployed, that being in 2020. I have been set back more than I'd like to admit. I have not been as motivated to do things as I was before. And maybe that was because I got comfortable. And I think there's a part of me that doesn't want to let go of that comfort, even though there's nothing to hold on to anymore. I can't go back to doing what I was doing. It's literally not an option. So there's a big part of me that is avoiding letting go of something that's not even in the picture anymore. And I really just have to hunker down and find something, stick with it, and get back to that level of comfort that I'm familiar with. I've done it before. I can do it again. And I know that I'm capable, and I'm very glad that I am aware that I'm capable and know my worth. In addition to finding my next venture as far as my occupation goes, I will be taking steps to show my appreciation for myself, part of that being this very journal. I don't do a lot of things I should. It's easy to say, oh, I appreciate myself. It's a lot harder to actually do it. Some of those things I haven't been doing: eating healthily, exercising regularly or really at all, drinking water, very simple things. Things that should definitely be easier to do. But these are things that can change, and these are things that I want to change, so these are things that I'm going to change. It will just take time. I will hopefully comment on progress of those things throughout these journals, and I don't think they'll all be as long as the one is today, but I just wanted to kind of lay out why I am thankful for myself rather than just say I'm thankful for myself and call it a day. I feel if these journals don't have any sort of substance, it's just a thing of, oh, I like this, I'm thankful for this, oh, I'm grateful for this. That's fine and good, it's very positive, but there's no context. Something I've talked about doing is potentially turning these recordings into like a record, or after seeing how complex that may be, and I don't know if I want to build a record lathe. I've thought about turning them into either an upload on YouTube, maybe monthly, maybe quarterly, maybe after the whole year, I don't know. Or making a CD out of them. I want to keep this record of positivity and with context, not just all positive. Let's be realistic, but I want to keep this record and have it as a reference to look at 2026 onward, to be able to look back and say, huh, how was I feeling that year? What were things I was struggling with that year? What are things I overcame that year? Specifically if there happen to be any hardships that come up and later in life I come up with something similar, or if I eventually do have children, then it would be kind of cool to be able to give them an accurate record of my life. I haven't, I don't, I have not done a good job of remembering things up until this point, and that's a little awkward to say, but a friend of mine I talked with earlier today had asked me when my grandfather died, like, to get some context on like his age and um, some context on something we were talking about pertaining to the way that he had raised my father. Granted, I was able to look up the obituary and able to get an accurate answer as to how old he was and therefore when he was born. But I wasn't able to deduce that on my own, or rather I didn't even attempt to do so without just saying, I don't know when the man died. I'm not sure. I might have later, after further probing from him, got to a point where he had kind of pushed me to make an attempt to think of when that happened rather than just go with what I found on the internet, which I think says a lot. His concern was critical thinking skills and lack thereof, and it was not really easy or possible for me to argue anything other than, yeah, I didn't really think about it that much. Had I been in a situation where I had a gun to my head, so to speak, or it was in a jigsaw trap, I'd have been cooked. I wouldn't have had a good answer, and the best I thought I could have done, which granted, I didn't spend too much time even after his probing, but the closest I got was a 4-year range, and it's not ideal. So I think, in addition to positivity and kind of benchmarking my progress or lack thereof, or just what I'm doing throughout the year, this will give me a record that I can kind of go back to and remember things that I might not remember otherwise. And when this is geared towards positivity and thankfulness and gratitude, I feel that it's a more positive, good record that will allow me to reflect on the good times and the bad, something that I can kind of go to feel better or see how I dealt with feeling different ways at different times. If nothing else, me taking time to really think about what I'm thankful for, why I'm thankful for it, and context in my day to kind of add to that, then it really, I think, solidifies what I'm trying to do. I think it really helps. When I say that, I don't know, but that's the thing. Figuring it out, seeing if it does any good. If nothing else, just probably journaling about how I'm feeling is not a bad thing. I know in therapy, which I miss, but I'm not able to do that right now, which I say I'm not able to. I probably could, but I haven't done it recently. I do intend to go back once I'm employed again. I do like therapy. But yeah, I've told myself that I'm prioritizing my finances, but in reality I haven't done a good job of that either, so I might as well have just been going to the sessions and paying the full 120 without insurance. But I haven't done that, and I've said it's for financial reasons, but it's more of a front without an actual good grounding on that, my frugality. But that being said, I do intend to go back to therapy. I do enjoy it. I think there are those that need it more than I do, per se. However, I do see benefits to taking time to talking through things, taking time to really think about how I feel about things, why I feel that way about them, and doing more than just getting through life and actually kind of analyzing and taking time to really think through things. And circling back, particularly with this journal, I think making myself take time to really think about how I'm doing, why I appreciate things, what I appreciate about things, will only reinforce those things, at least in a way that I can facilitate on my own until I am back talking with a therapist again. I do have friends and support structures that allow me to do that. However, I don't think that I should be completely dependent on them when it comes to my own emotional processing and recognition of just things I like. It's not infrequent that horrible stories cross my path and I hear about some really horrid things that happen in the world. And I think it's really easy to get bogged down by those things and to get lost in the sea of negativity. But there is good out there too. It is my intention to put more good out there, and I need to be able to see that as well. And ideally, that's where I want to live. Not that I can get away from all the bad times will come, shit happens. But it doesn't always have to be that way, and even when things look grim, sometimes it just takes a different perspective. So, hopefully this will at least be some positive perspective. Alright. So, today is Friday, January 3rd. It just turned 11:06. I have put this off for about as long as possible today. I listened to Eat That Frog last night, the audiobook, and hyped myself up, told myself I was going to do all the things, make the changes, do the stuff, and then felt like hot garbage for most of today. so I was less productive than normal. I did drink more water than I had been, as I have been doing, but that was about it. But today, I am thankful for human resiliency. Something I've seen in a lot of the self-help texts that I've mostly listened to, but usually focuses on the human ability to overcome failure and keep trying and trying and trying, and basically banging your head against a wall until something starts cracking and you make a breakthrough. This is something I haven't done much of lately. I feel I've gotten very comfortable in my life, which on one hand is nice, but on the other hand, when I don't have the stability that I'm used to, it's a lot harder to be comfortable, and it's more like complacency, and I feel I'm in a rut a bit. So that's what I have to crawl out of. But I've been sick before. I'll get over this just as I have the other times previously. I've been jobless before. I'll get past that as I have done previously. And I'll move on to bigger and better things and bounce back stronger than I have been before. Resiliency is more than just a human trait. I had seen, I guess, an article on how on Earth we're trying to create like biospheres to sort of prep us for being able to make the same thing on Mars in the future. And one thing that was noticed is that the trees would grow to a certain height and then they would just fall over. And it wasn't really understood at first. Like, people had to look into it, and what they found was the trees were growing in a completely unnatural way because they weren't simulating wind. These trees, when they had when they were cut, their cross sections had perfectly concentric rings, basically not having any sort of variability in how they grow, and as a result, really downsized their rigidity to the point where they couldn't even hold their own weight. And I think the takeaway to take from that is that the adversity makes us stronger. The adversity preps us for harder times and allows us to grow to our full potential. But if life were easy and there was no bouncing back and everything was good all of the time without any sort of drawbacks, then I think it would lack a lot of meaning. So, the breeze feels a bit strong right now, but the wind will pass and I will be stronger for it. Tomorrow's a new day. Today is Saturday, January 4th, I think. Yeah. Doing a stellar job of doing these journals in a timely fashion, as it is 11:44 p.m. I have slept away most of today, to be completely honest. There's some sinus drainage or something going on. I was hardly able to sleep last night, and that was partially due to the audiobook I was listening to. I was paying attention, and that's never a good way to fall asleep. So, but in the process, I was just thinking how much I'm appreciative of information, which sounds generic, and it is, intentionally so, but when I think about, the things that humans do that other animals don't, record and transmit information, which I'm not saying no other animals don't. I know at the very least dolphins have, or so I've heard, have their own calls and specific names that they'll call out to each other. There are whale songs, there are ways that other animals deal with information, but none quite as sophisticated as the way that people do. From depicting tales of hunting and just stories of epic feats throughout the times, to complex mathematics and really understanding the information that's just out there in the universe and has been long before we were here, and just making sense of it all and being able to communicate and talk to each other and have this level of understanding. It's just really baffling when I think about it. I think on either side, I am probably about 3 generations away from like farmers, and I'm the first, at least in my direct lineage, to go to college. Although I know some cousins have gone and graduated as well, and some haven't even done high school. So humans have advanced really fast, it seems, in the last while, and I say that despite knowing that some of the most advanced things that we deal with, like the versatility and applications of calculus alone, even though that's not a recent development, it is one that like none of my family would know about. Like maybe some of the ones I went to college would have learned about it, but likely forgot about it long ago. I've probably forgotten a lot more than I would like to admit myself. But I think about my great grandmother, who is still alive today. She's 93, and I need to call her. I think about how she, growing up, didn't even know how to read. She learned to read, I think, in her 60s, maybe later. Some of her granddaughters, like my cousins, and maybe second cousins, helped her learn how to read using the Bible. And that in its own self is kind of crazy to me to think about, like going through public education, going through schooling, going through college. Like, reading is certainly something I take for granted. It's something that up until this past year, really, I haven't put much care or thought into. I had read some growing up when I was, growing up. I had read some books for mostly reading counts and getting points, but in reality, I thought it was more worth my time to just guess on higher point books like the Harry Potter series. I didn't read most of the required readings, or would skim through or just pick out details and write about things and expand upon them to the point where it seemed like I had put enough thought into it that anyone grading, assuming they read the papers, which I've learned since might not have been as frequent as I would have expected growing up, but up until this past year, I haven't really taken any time to read. Like, I've convinced myself that I'm incapable, just because I would notice that there are times that when I was trying to read, I would kind of repeat the same lines over and over, and I would get frustrated and just kind of give up. But I decided that I would start reading. I have a backlog of books that I want to read, and I'm working through that now. I'm about to finish the second one of the books that I've stacked up. I have some from a friend that he has loaned to me that I will probably prioritize just so that I can return those to him and also get some of the insight that's with them. They focus on more philosophy, things that I don't think about as much, but the information in the audiobook I was listening to last night talked about great minds throughout time, pretty much. And something that I feel is kind of contradictory to what I think about myself, or really any human, is this like idea that you must do one thing, or that you do this and that's it, and that's what you are. This idea that your profession is what you are. I don't like it. I know my last big interview I went on, I was asked, like, why would I keep coming to work? Like, what's going to drive me to be there? Like, do I really want to do this profession that I'm applying for years to come? And I didn't have a great answer, because I find value in challenging work. I find value in work that makes me think about what I'm doing, keeps me engaged, keeps me moving, hopefully. But I never I don't know. I don't have a burning desire to do one thing forever and ever, and that's it. I would rather do fulfilling work that keeps me fulfilled and pays me well, and go home and do things that excite me and pique my curiosities. And if those two come to be and merge, I think that's another beautiful thing. But even with things I do outside of work, I never keep it to one area. I collect video games, I collect board games, I collect card games, I collect art supplies. I have various, well, I just have a set of acrylic paints as well as a wood burning kit. I have my 3D printer. This is one that's broken and I need to repair. I have a ton of different things that don't necessarily go to one area. I have a lot of interests, like with my PC, I've thought about trying to do YouTube and streaming and gaming and making games, but I know whatever I want to do, if I'm to ever do it in a profitable way, I need to put a lot more work into it. I think maybe that level is discouraging me. This idea that maybe I won't be good enough, or that other people won't like what I have to offer. But I think that's kind of a natural feeling, exacerbated by just the sheer volume of people slash bots online. I mentioned that we've exploded, especially with the implementation of the internet and their ability to talk to people all around the world. But along with that comes some drawbacks. There's a lot of hatred, there's a lot of nastiness that's also perpetuated that can be really discouraging. But I think there's more than that out there. I think, especially if I am to pursue sharing what work I have and what projects I want to share with the world, that the people who respond to it, there may be negatives, like there will be negatives, but there will be some good too. And it's important to focus on the good while also at least seeing what the negatives are. You know, I'm not one to try and claim some sort of perfection. I often probably undervalue the work that I provide, but I think with the negatives, as long as it's not just pure negativity for negativity's sake, there can be something to be learned, there can be something to be improved upon. There's always room for improvement. But it's also important to phrase it in a way that's not just negative. I'm very geared towards growth. That's where I want to head. That's where I want to be. I don't want to settle down and do one thing and get complacent with life. I've noticed since unemployment, I've felt rather apathetic towards most things. I have all these hobbies and things I want to do, and suddenly all the time in the world to do them, but no motivation. And it doesn't make sense. So I guess part of me has told me that I need a place of security before I get back to living life again as if I'm just on pause. There's another part that feels like I'm even taking a step back or losing time, but I think it's important to recognize, and after talking with a friend to kind of reinforce this, I think it's important to recognize that even if I do have to take a physical setback, it doesn't mean that this time was wasted or this time was for nothing. There have been a lot of things I've learned in the past year and the past 4 years since graduating college. There's been a ton that I've learned. And I don't think that that's for nothing. I don't know what I'll do with all this knowledge. I hope to one day turn it into some money and hopefully be able to support the life that I want. But in the meantime, I'm just making it day by day. And there's nothing wrong with that, but there can be so much more. But it's possible with information sharing. With art, we have different colors that convey different meanings, and the way that lines connect, and the story that the picture tells. and how it tells it. I think there's a lot more depth than I would have seen. I think when growing up, I took a lot of art for granted and didn't really think about any sort of a deeper meaning. I was with my family just after Christmas to visit. And I was at my aunt and uncle's with my mom and my youngest nephew, and there was a picture of a farm, and like in this farm, there's like a ghostly figure of like a horse and a guy walking it with a plow, I believe. And my nephew's like asking about it. He goes like, "Well, why is it like kind of invisible?" And I'm trying to probe him because he's just taking it at face value. He's like, "Oh, that's kind of interesting." I'm like, "Well, why would it do that? What do you think someone could say about the man with the horse in the farm? Like, what do you think he's trying to say?" Trying to kind of probe and like push him into that way of thinking. To which he just kind of brushed it off, but I tried to explain it in the way that I could think about it, at least in that context. Was like this, this preservation of what was once like common in daily life. The field is very uniform. It's very neat and orderly, and likely manufactured or made with giant machines. But it comes from humble beginnings that have a lot of work and effort and time and blood and sweat and tears put into it and its success. To get there, it has a history. It's more than just a field of crops. It was made that way. At least that's how I interpreted this image. But I don't know if he captured any of that or not, but I thought it was nice to at least give him some insight to try and think about things in a different way. Because information is very precious. It's something that all of us are bombarded with constantly, whether we realize it or not. Just the wavelengths and all the information traveling in the air that we don't even interact with is probably a lot more staggering than I even know, but I think it's important to take some time to really sit with the information that catches us, the ones that we do interact with, and really take some time to evaluate, alright, what does this mean? Why is it done this way? What could it mean? Am I thinking about it in too loose of terms, too tight of terms? Like, yeah. But humans transferring information is just insane what all we're able to do. I know with various space transmissions, there have been different ways to try and codify, like, what is humanity via information that would have to be decoded and decrypted in a way that I'm not sure if it ever does reach other life that they would be able to do. I think about me trying to decrypt such things, and I don't know that I would be able to do it, even knowing what the cryptogram is. So I think it's just interesting how much work we put just to tell our stories, just to inform other people that we were here. I think one of the most common things, graffiti-wise, you see is blank was here, like whether it be a joking context or not. I believe even in Pompeii, and granted I'm reaching, but there was like carvings of someone was here, and I think that's all that we as people want to convey, is that I was here. We were here. We did these things. Look at these things. Look at what we can do. And share it with as many people and beyond that we can. And I think that's beautiful. No, it is now Sunday. But I won't count this for tomorrow's journal. I'm going to go to sleep. But yeah, information. Very cool. Today is Sunday, January 5th. I am currently sitting next to my bean. It is 11:50 a.m. I decided that I wanted to do this earlier today, as the last 2 days I waited till 11 p.m. So here we are. Today I wanted to talk about human versatility, kind of elaborate on something I started to touch on yesterday, but didn't really follow through as I had intended to. I think, as I said yesterday, there's like this idea that you do one thing and that's kind of it, and I think that's very limiting. I think humans are capable of so much more than just a profession or a job, and beyond just having a family and a home, stuff like that, more like things they do rather than things they are, so to speak. I mentioned I have a few hobbies of my own, some artistic endeavors, a lot of game-related things, some interests that I'd like to pursue, but I'm not in a position where I get to multitask or focus on everything all at once right now, as I do have an overarching main priority. But once I am back to a point of stability, I do want to look into doing all these extra things in chunks and just taking out some time to force progress on some projects that have just kind of taken to the wayside. I like doing small electronics things in some of my projects. I've tried to do some light carpentry. It's not very successful so far, but I also didn't put too much effort into making it right, so there's that. But when I hear about Da Vinci doing all that he did, painting the Sistine Chapel, dissecting human bodies to the point where he is able to create a realistic depiction of a brain and then put God within that brain, that's just super impressive, but like not something that quote unquote just a painter could do. I know he had a lot of disciplines. I know he would do drawings of engineering related devices, machines. Obviously, the painting, which he said he hated. He talked about the time spent, I think, 4 years on his back painting the Sistine Chapel, to the point where he got ridiculed for having too many naked people. But I think it's very freeing just to know that what all is possible out there in the world, what all is ripe for the taking, so to speak, what all is just available to do. I think it can be discouraging knowing just how many options there are. My friend talks about Byung-Chul Han. I don't know if that's the exact name. I'll have to look into it, but um, there's this idea of the achievement society and positive pressure that because you can do everything, it's almost paralyzing to the sense where you kind of freeze up and you don't do anything, which I say is where I'm at now, but I don't think it has to be that way. I just think it's an easy pitfall to fall into. But I believe with the right structure and a plan, and of course doing one thing at a time, because you can't literally do multiple things at once, I think it's possible to kind of crawl your way out of the web of possibilities, so to speak. But yeah, human versatility. We're capable of so much. I personally believe that, barring any physical limitations, there's nothing that I could do that any other human couldn't, or vice versa, which is why I push myself to do so much, because I'm just as capable as anyone else, at least in my opinion, so why not do all that I can, make as most impact as I can? I feel like it's what I gotta do. Today is Monday, January 6th, and I am thankful today for, or grateful today, for organization. In some of my other journals, I've talked about some of the self-help books and various audiobooks I've been listening to in the past while. A lot of them have been self-help books and have been oriented towards personal growth and things that I can do to better myself. A lot of that requires a lot of work. A lot of work I've been reluctant to even entertain, much less to start doing. Eat the Frog, I think, talks about it, at least the most that I remember recently, to the point, talking about listing priorities and devoting as much time to maximizing the amount of work done based on those priorities. In the book I finished yesterday, How to Be a Badass, there's more of a discussion about getting coaching for different things and talking about how most people don't do all the things that they do by themselves. They get coaches. Even professional athletes, they have coaches. They have coaches until they become professional athletes. And despite, having their contracts for X amount of millions of dollars, it's not like they just stop and say, I can do this on my own now. They still have coaches to get them in top professional shape and to keep them there. So there's a part of me that will have to, at some point, start accepting more help, and matter of fact, inviting more help. But I think before I get to that point, I haven't done all that I can do. I haven't made the most effort to do the best that I can do with what I already have. And a buddy of mine has also pushed me towards organization and tried to help me get towards my goals without much effort on my end. But despite all that, I did take some time yesterday, as my buddy's recommendation, as well as Eat the Frog, to start and plan out my week. I have a rough game plan for some objectives to do throughout the week. I have a leisure activity on Wednesday, and then I have a loose weekend, a couple of goals that I need to complete. Of course, this journal is included in all of that. I woke up this morning hesitant to wake up, as I have been for some time. I have alarms set for 5, 6, and 8. I decided at 5 I would sleep till 6, and here it is, 6:57, that I'm finally getting around to doing anything other than getting dressed and making my bed, which I've already done. But Rome wasn't built in a day. I don't imagine that I'm going to be the person I want to be tomorrow, no matter how much I want that to be true. So it's going to take some effort until what I want to do becomes habit. It's just going to be a challenge, one that I need to overcome if I'm to get where I want to go. But organization is a good step to get there. That's why I organized a game plan for the week. I intend to do this moving forward. I'll probably get a planner or something more official than the notebook that I scribbled things down in, but for the interim, it will do nicely. An audiobook I listened to last night, I'm reading the title now, but it talked about Da Vinci again. Big surprise. Kind of one of the biggest performers throughout history of humanity. But it talked about his organization skills and how he did a lot, but he devoted all of himself to each thing while he did each thing. And I don't think you do that without proper organization. I think it's okay to want to do a lot, as I want to do, but what's not okay is pretending I can do it all at once, or just having all these plans and never attacking any of them, because I've done at least to some benchmark on each of them that I feel comfortable. But I don't want to be comfortable. I want to excel. I want to do things well. And that's just going to take more work on my end. But I think it all starts with organization. And that's where I'm starting. Today is Tuesday, January 7th, I think. I slept in today. It is around noon today. I have just finished making breakfast. And I don't have a gleaming topic in mind right now, so being as I just made breakfast, I'm going to talk about how grateful I am for, I guess, just cooking. Um, Something I like to talk about. I have a whole speech prepared, and by speech I mean like a short dialogue. I don't even know if it's worthy of calling a monologue, but I guess being as it's spoken by one person, that person being me, maybe it would qualify as a monologue. But anyway, breakfast. I think what people do to get their sustenance is fascinating. Um, I'm a person who enjoys food a lot. I'm a person who has been told that they can cook really well. I have not done so consistently for some time. The most consistent thing I've done recently, at least, has been breakfast. Mostly because I have a process that just involves one pan and is super simple, and I can clean one pan and it's easy. But I do enjoy cooking. I just get a little lazy when it comes to the dishes, but all things with time can change. Um, but I like the one pan breakfast. It's simple. I'm not. I'm not dependent on Jimmy Dean breakfast sandwiches, which I used to eat daily for years. Since then, I've learned just how horrible the meat industry is as a whole, and particularly companies that own other subsidiaries such as Jimmy Dean. And I don't like it. I don't like the idea of supporting it. It's one of the more dangerous things of humans, and more specifically corporations, is the turning resources into profits above all else. Um, Between the impacts on pig farms, I believe it was Iowa, and just the general practices that are made to kind of take over the whole process. I believe starting with the grain business back in the early 1900s. I need to do more research, but it's something that has been escalated and taken to a very unsustainable scale just for profit's sake, and it really doesn't make sense to me, especially if you're arguing towards shareholders. Hey, we're making more money, but if you're doing it in a way that is capturing local attention to the point where they can get with their legislation and possibly outlobby you, which outlobby is not accurate as the people aren't going to have the billions to pay, but when your constituents are the ones complaining about the policies that you're allowing take place, I guess the replacement is more likely than if all your funding. I don't know. It's tricky. I don't know how politicians can get reelected despite allowing such shitty practices. But all things taken too far can be problematic. I think a better approach to long term and longevity of shareholder value would be saying, hey, we are doing this in the most efficient way possible, but also in a sustainable manner that will actually work long term rather than get your money now or cooked later down the road. So, to avoid the, I don't want to say evil corporations, I imagine there might be some good ones, but ones that provide shareholder value over all else, I will internally think of as evil anyway. But to avoid that pitfall, I think moving forward and in the future, I will try to look towards more local options between farmers markets and local farms. I am fortunate enough to live in North Carolina, which I think has, well, I've seen at least a good number of farms, and we grow more than just tobacco, especially since I think cigarettes are on the downfall. But in the areas I'm located, there are farmers markets and local farms and butchers and all sorts of resources I can utilize without having to go to Walmart or Sam's Club or Food Lion or any of the stores that I frequent for my groceries. I think to be a responsible consumer is important rather than a mindless consumer as I have been. So, moving forward, of course, once I have my more stability, that is a goal of mine, is to switch towards more sustainable food gathering and more local. If nothing else, just helping out local people's better for me anyway. Um, yeah, but cooking, the main point, or where I started at least. I think it's fascinating what we can do with the same ingredients given a different set of skills or tools to cook them with. I've seen so many different types of food, and you'd think with just the same few animals and, well, many plants, but the same few animals at the very least, that we'd run out of ideas, but there's new stuff all the time. I even had a horrible cooking idea the other day. I personally am a big proponent of gravy and biscuits, especially being in the South. Love that shit. Oh my god. I had the horrid idea of doing it with like chocolate milk and making it more of a sweet and savory combination. And that sounds horrible, I know, but part of me thinks it could work in the worst way. I mean, we already, like, especially with biscuits, like, jams and jellies are already sweetened and on there. It's not chocolate specifically, but like sugar. I think it could work. I just think the idea of it sounds horrid. But even still, there are innovations that go into the same ingredients to make different things all the time. Look at cheese. Oh god, look at cheese. There's so much. I love every, well, not every bit of it. There's maggot infested cheese that I'm probably not going to touch with a 10-foot pole, barring its legality. Even if it were, I don't know that I would. I just don't really subscribe to blue cheese, which I haven't really tried, so maybe I like it and I just haven't tried it, but I haven't gotten past it, so. But, I mean, it's all, I believe, at least mostly made with mold anyway. But there are so many types of cheese, and it's like it's all made using milk. Granted, some using goat's milk, some using cow's milk, sheep's milk. I don't know that there's horse milk cheese, but it could be a thing. Um, but it's just baffling to me just how much variation you get when you really look at something. It's why it's really hard for me to be told I can't do something or like, no, you can't do that, you can't do this. Like, no. Obviously, there are some ground rules that like you just can't do, like especially when it comes to societal norms. But like food, there are also those barriers, especially you start dealing with cultural dishes. I know there are a lot of cultures that are very particular about how their dishes are created, but trying to avoid sneezing. But when you really break it down and you remove any sort of cultural bias or societal bias, there really aren't rules. You can do whatever, and there are rules if you want it consistently good to the mass. However, when you're cooking at home, you don't have to do that. Something that I don't understand, and I explain it as a morbid curiosity. If something is inherently, like, really bad sounding, I want to try it. There's a part of me, like, I relate it to the way that I enjoy eating really spicy things. Like, oh, that sounds horrible. I love it. Let's do it. Like, I think an experience is an experience, and a bad one is just as, maybe even more, tellable than good ones. Although, I don't know. I think the extremes either way usually are easy to talk about, but I think, if nothing else, it reinforces that, like, it is just a meal. Like, I think a big part of my consistency when it comes to a bunch of life changes is the idea that I have to do this forever, and it kind of takes the soul out of it. It's like I'm doing the same thing. every single day, there's no magic left. And I don't think that has to be the case. It's just, I think I'm good at making excuses for not doing things. One thing I try to keep in mind and try to tell people whenever they say, oh, I can't do this because of this, or I can't do whatever because of whatever, anytime there's an excuse, I try to bring to light, like, hey, there's always going to be reasons not to. There's always going to be reasons you can't do something. There's always going to be that. But what's important is that you make the reasons that you will do it, that it has to be done, and that you want to do it, and that you're going to do it. And this is something that I struggle with as well. Habits are really easy to fall into, bad ones especially. Everyone loves the dopamine kick of the easy wins, but not all the easy wins are good. I will say, I recently picked up an AeroPress, and I really like it. It's really simple. It makes 1 cup of coffee, which is all I need, and it's super easy to clean. You just pop the grounds into the trash, or, well, realistically, especially if I look towards a more sustainable future, look into popping them babies into some compost, but I'll likely do that when I have a place of my own rather than I'm renting. But really nice, super easy to clean, super quick. Loved it. Very good for one person. And realistically, if you have multiple people, it probably isn't that bad either. Although I think batch brewing is probably more effective. I used to have a pour over rig that I liked, but a big part of it was you're cleaning this very awkward shaped glass, as well as it's a batch brew. You're making a pot of coffee rather than just a cup. And, if I have a family and we're all coffee drinkers, that's fine and good, but if it's just me, there's not much need. But even with coffee, something very simple because it's grown in specific regions and then roasted in particular ways, and then each bean has its own, I don't want to say hullabaloo because I don't understand it, but there's specialty beans, there's different types, there's different levels of chemicals, there's concentrations of caffeine, there's all sorts of things that I don't think about when I look at coffee, but I do like buying local beans whenever possible. I think the last ones I got were from Lake Lore, and I just finished grinding those yesterday for what I'm gonna finish out, and I'll probably try and find some local beans after I finish those. But even coffee, something that growing up I was always told was yucky, and never really touched until I started working full time for the first time. And I remember I decided that if I'm going to have coffee every day, I'm going to drink it straight because all that sugar and all that extra is just not going to be good for me. So I started with all the sugar and all the extra, and I just slowly worked my way back until eventually I was just drinking a cup of black coffee every day. And then at my next job after that, I didn't really drink coffee anymore, and I just ignored the worries of all the sweetness and whatever. I started drinking energy drinks. Red Rockstar is my go-to. Love that. Still do. Probably got Red 40 and I'm probably gonna get cancer, but hell, who isn't in this day and age? I drank those for a while, and then I went to my next job slash my last job, and there I would drink energy drinks, but they had a coffee machine on site, so I would usually go for that. And eventually I got to a point where I was drinking like 3 cups of a mixture of like coffee and like hot chocolate. I forget exactly. I think I do the vanilla and sometimes I do the mocha, but it was a really nice coffee machine. But I just eventually kind of realized I was like, I'm drinking a lot of sugar with this, so I should probably work on that. And I think eventually I just got to a point where I wasn't using the machine. Um, but yeah, I like coffee. I enjoy it. I like the caffeine, so I will probably keep drinking it, but only in simple ways. That way I'm not and taking a ton of extra sugar. Although occasionally on dates or with friends or whatever, I may go out and have some nice sugary coffee, but I think when it comes to just in my home, I need to keep it simple, minimize the sugar as much as possible, because it's out there and I'll get it otherwise, but keep it simple. I think simplicity is key, especially when it comes to my long-term goals and things that I want to do sustainably so that I can live to be the healthiest version of myself. So any area where I can do that is ideal, especially when it comes to my sustenance and cooking. Today is Wednesday, January 8th. It is currently 6:50 in the morning. I woke up around 6:08 to be eating pretty loudly, my alarm going off in what felt like really fast speed. I am freezing my ass off, hence why I'm still in bed. And I decided to look at memes as soon as I woke up, which I don't want to say I'm regretting, but it's not how I need to be starting my day. Today I'm feeling grateful and thankful for modern comforts. Something I definitely depend on too much. But as I lay here cold, I can't help but think, like, wow, I know a lot of people have worked really hard to get to the point where a person, any person, can just lay on a soft, plushy bed with pillows with their cat in a house that is usually cool and needed to a normal temperature. I think my AC system in this place is off. I'll move in June. I don't want to. It's complicated. Yes, many comforts of modern day life. People have worked very hard to provide those comforts and conveniences. I believe I will be getting food out later, which is not something I want to do a ton, but I don't have any meat defrosted, and I don't necessarily want just eggs this morning, so I'll be doing that. I'll be going for a walk, which, again, I'm not looking forward to. When I first woke up, I saw it was 21 degrees outside, so I will be out in that soon. Checking temperature now. It is still 21 degrees out, so that'll be fun. My foot is sore from the first time. My cat is currently climbing on me. Hello, buddy. God, he sneezed on me. My foot is sore from walking on Monday. I was sore all over the last couple days, which I don't intend to be very long when I walk, but just starting out, so it's gonna be. I don't have much to say. Is to say I just need to get up and get out and get back and get down to business and just work on finding a job. Today is Thursday, January 9th. Time is currently 10:15. I slept in today. It's cold. My AC has not been working in my room, so I woke up and it was like 57 degrees, which I'm not a big fan of, especially when my thermostat is set to 72. So I just need to look into that and see what's going on. But today, I wanted to talk about how grateful I am for my lineage. I don't know if I mentioned it here yet or not, but I have been working on getting more active as well. In the past year, I did a walk around the town I live in,
Not very consistently or very long, but it's like a 3.5 mile walk roughly around downtown here. I do like 4 laps, and yeah, I've done that twice this week on Monday and Wednesday, and it has been horrible both days. Whether the rain on Monday and the cold, or the just sheer cold of yesterday. I remember it was 21 degrees out when I woke up, and I really, really did not want to go out there. And I honestly shouldn't have, not without gloves, or maybe a facial covering or something, or a hood, I don't know, a hat even. But I did force myself to go out there, and then I grabbed my bottle because I thought, I should have it. I should carry this while I'm walking. And it was so cold. I had one hand in my pocket, the other hand holding the bottle, and I swapped twice during the first lap. And the first time I swapped, I had held onto the bottle so long that my hand had become numb. And I remember I got to feel the experience of being able to feel in that hand again as I had it like clenched in my pocket after I traded off. And needless to say, I ditched the bottle after lap one, and both of my hands were in my pockets because it was really, really cold. So I'll be picking up gloves at some point today. I have hats already. I might see if I got a scarf, and if not, I might pick one up as well, just so that I can more easily be somewhat comfortable during those walks. But something that I kind of used to keep me going was the idea of my lineage and the things that they have gone through and the struggles that they went through, because while I'm forcing myself to try and do things differently, I understand that it was not that long ago that there were some people who just had to try and figure out things with a lot less information. The internet is a beautiful thing. It tells us a lot. It also has plenty of drawbacks, but I think this is definitely the most informed humans have ever been, to some extent. Yeah, so when I think about my dad finding work or just finding a way to make a living, or his dad, or anyone that wasn't just farmers, and I say that as if farmer isn't a admirable pursuit, maybe, but it is. I think anything anyone does, the value they create is worthwhile and a noble pursuit. But I also understand that not necessarily the easiest, but farming is probably the most prevalent occupation, at least in my family, up until a few generations ago. And since then, no one has really built anything. But I don't know how far back um, someone might have built something. I know I believe, a great grandfather on my mom's side who owned a bunch of cattle and a bunch of land up in Virginia, but that has since all gone to the wayside. I get to hear these heroic tales about these good men who've done things, but I don't get to see any of the fruits of their labor, just the aftermath of their lineage. And I want more than the tales of old. I want my own tales. I want to build something of my own. I want to be able to have something and pass it to any proverbial children and tell them, hey, I did this. This was me. While also telling them, hey, it's not just me. It's a whole lineage. Maybe the bloodline has gone a bit stale, but I don't think it has to be that way. I have a lot that I want to give to the world, and I have a lot that I want to see, and it's going to take a lot of work to get there, but I want to do it, and I will do it. It's just going to take some time and work in the process. Because I want my lineage, I want my trying to think if lineage would be just the kids below me, because I said lineage, but realistically, like the ancestors, but my bloodline, I don't know. But I want the ones who come after me to be able to look at what I've done and what people before me have done and be inspired and want to do for themselves or want to do just to do. Because I think that's a big reason that humans have done all the things we have done. Today is Friday, January 10th. The time is like 7:30. 7:37. I laid in bed longer than I wanted to, but it's fine. I still have plenty of time to get ready before my interview today at 11:30, I believe. My sister reached out to me today, and that was a conversation. And I guess since I haven't done it yet, I'm just gonna say that I am grateful for pets. I currently have one munchkin looking at me, my bean. Um, I've had him for 10 years now, although 4 of those years I was off at college, so I didn't really have him at that time. He lost his leg when he was 6, which was right before I started getting him again. I was with him for about 2 years, went off to college, and then by the time I graduated and was in an apartment where I could have a pet, he got hit by a car, and he had his leg amputated. So he is a 3-legged baby, and he is certainly a baby. But he's very sweet. He, I think, craves human affection. Oh god, he sneezes a lot. But he is just the sweetest thing. He always wants affection and pets. And I try to oblige as much as possible. He does currently overburn. I need to look into that, and I wish I could figure out the sneezing thing. I've taken him to the vet several times over the years, um, and they can't seem to figure it out. But I don't know. I say I refuse to give up, but it's definitely taken a back seat for some time. But I hope to figure it out because I don't like cleaning snot off of everything. But I've always had like a white cat. Bean is no exception. Despite his orangeness, he does have a spot on his front left thumb, I guess I'll say, where it's orange. But other than that, he is all white. And I had a bunch of other white cats as well. There was a cat my sister named Twinkie. There was Bean's father, who we never really gave a name because, as far as I know, he was just a stray. He drooled a lot, which makes me wonder if Bean will one day drool as well. Um, and I guess that's the only really white cats I've had. There have been many other cats in my life, many other pets as well. I remember there was a dog growing up named Baby. Apparently there was another dog, I think, named Sasha before that, but I never got to really meet her when I was relatively conscious. um, there was a cat that I had named Daniel, who I don't really remember, but I was very young. And then there was also Kitty Witty, who I do remember, but barely. I have a lot of friends who have cats, and I get to see them very frequently, and it's very nice, and they're all very affectionate. And it's always a good time to go see some friends and see their pets and just get to play with them. Uh, I think it's very unique, the relationship that humans have with animals. Obviously, not all good, but I do like the pet relationships. It's crazy to me to think about the idea of an outdoor cat or outdoor dog, despite himself being an outdoor cat for the first 6 years of his life. But when I say that, I think about my great grandmother who absolutely will not have a pet in her home and talks negatively about having pets in her home, but will still ask about my cat. It's very conflicting. But I guess she just accepts that other people think differently than she does, which sometimes is hard to think of when most people don't seem to accept how other people think. And I say most people, it's just the hive minds you run into. Oh yeah, I'm very happy to take care of and provide for my boy. He's definitely been a good motivator for me over the years. I think I might even get a second cat once I move, but time will tell. Today is Saturday, January 11th. It is my roommate's birthday. And today I want to talk about how grateful I am to have music. It is something I do a lot, or historically have listened to a lot. I think I had over 10,000 hours last year on my YouTube Premium. And honestly, that number was drastically reduced after I got laid off because it was very seldom that I wasn't listening to music while I was working full time, and that 40 hours a week adds up. I like to use music to kind of occupy parts of my brain, and I think it does a good job of that and allows me to focus on the task at hand. Um, I will use it when I walk tomorrow. I was supposed to walk on Friday, but I thought it was going to snow and my leg was hurting at that time. After on Thursday, got out of my car to go into Walmart, and spontaneously it was limping. I don't know if it was like a muscle thing or a nerve thing or what. All I know is that it was a good amount of pain with every step the first day, and then it got less the second day, and then now I don't really feel anything at all. So, very happy to be able to recover from such a thing. But it's also a good reminder of reasons why I need to pursue weight loss with more vigor than I have previously. My doctor last year gave me a target weight of like 200 pounds to hit. I'm around 280, which is about the heaviest I ever have been. I was 280 for a while, and then I was working on some healthier habits, and for a while there, I was losing some weight. I think I got down to around 250 something, and that was nice. And then the layoff happened, and then since then, I really, really let things go. And I was drinking a lot of soda, eating out all the time, and here I am back at 280. I haven't weighed recently, but I also haven't been eating super well. I've been eating more at home, just not as much as I need to, and I'll be working on that through the coming year. I've been drinking more water, including a daily Metamucil drink. Eventually, I'll get back to taking vitamins daily as well. And, once I get more acclimated to walking, I'll include some other exercises and likely will try to do it daily. And go from there. But through and through, I will definitely be listening to music. I like a variety of artists. I like finding music with a lot of energy. I like finding music with nice positive messages. And sometimes I just like me music. Sometimes I just want some stuff that's gonna make me laugh. Um, Mostly, recently I listen to a lot of rap. Um, but I like a wide variety of things from funk, electronic, old country, like stuff I grew up with, not necessarily newer country. Not that I really listen to newer country, so there's that. Um, but there's a lot of things I like, a lot of metal as well. Um, Rock, big rock guy, especially dad rock, love that shit. Um, when I think about origins of music, and especially instruments and how complex they are now compared to how they used to be, I think it's fascinating that, beyond survival, people have taken time to create these devices that can be pretty intricate, that just serve the purpose of creating music, that add joy and entertainment to our lives. Something that has probably saturated modern life a bit too much. Um, not just music, but entertainment in general. I remember seeing a very simple, like whistle type instrument, and it only plays one note, but the way that you play it is by singing with it. And you create a few different pitches, and as a result of that, melodies that you can do by adjusting your note length as well as the frequency and the pitches and just swapping between them. It's fascinating what you can do with very little. Um, I play trumpet. I haven't played it in years, but I do have three of them. I was in marching band for years. I ended up going to France, I think in 2018, I'm not sure, maybe 2019, where I got to play for the 74th D-Day memorial. And that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed my time in France. Um, Part of me wishes I could go back and do the travels that I've done again, and I may try to go back to those places. But yeah, I got to travel with my high school band for some music things. We got to play at a bowl game down in Florida, and that was fun. And then some away games where I met some close, well, at least a close friend now. Um, and my drum major, my junior year, is one of my friends that I spend time with still. And I remember the community that was built in the marching band in college. It was really nice. It helped me get through those first 2 years. The first one more than the second. I kind of had a falling off my sophomore year where I was an RA and that was all fine and good. And I had a couple friends, but I didn't have any really close friends. And I remember feeling alone and going to talk with the therapist and being made to feel like my problems weren't, I don't want to say weren't valid, but I guess when you're dealing with huge numbers as an university therapist would be, when you're dealing with someone like me who doesn't really know how to effectively communicate the problems that he has and isn't 100% truthful with you, it's hard to see what's actually there and to actually understand or see them as a problem, especially when someone is functioning. And I guess since I've never been a person who's had extreme like ideation, um, I've never been much of a priority when it comes to mental health professionals. But since then, I have learned how to talk about my problems a bit more effectively, and have also seen therapists that have more windows of time free, so it's not like they're wall to wall with clients, and been able to develop good relationships with therapists. So that has been nice. Um, but yeah, I owe a lot to music. I don't really make music. I haven't really made music. I've been interested in it, but I know next to nothing about music production. I am much better at music replication. I like copying things, I like recreating things, I like doing things that I know someone else has done, and music and outside of it too. Um, I want to be more creative. I'd like to create more things, and give to the world. I know the world has given me a lot, so hopefully there will be some times where I take some time just to play my trumpet and maybe practice it. I think it would be good to get back into the practice and just to play it, although I don't have a reason outside of my own enjoyment to do it, but that's all the reason I ever really need. But I hope to have a lot of music in this year, between concerts and new stuff that I discover and artist releases and all sorts of fun stuff. Hopefully a good year for music. Today is Sunday, January 12th. Time is about 10:41ish to somewhere in there. And I had a topic that I was grateful for, and I'm thinking on it, and I'm just gonna go with reading slash literature. I kind of touched on some of these themes when I talked about information some time ago, and I'm gonna touch on them again now. But I am a person who has convinced himself, at least previously, that I was unable to read just because I struggled with some aspects of it. And that's a belief I choose no longer to subscribe to. The struggles haven't necessarily gone away, but they have become less frequent, and I have enjoyed what I've read so far. I have a backlog of books that I've acquired from various sources. The first of them, I believe, were from a writer that I like on YouTube. I listened to a lot of his short stories, and he wrote some sci-fi novels, and I never read them, despite purchasing all of them. I even have a book of poems that he wrote as well, or maybe they were short stories, but either way, I have that as well. Not currently sitting in my book queue. And then a lot of them are more positive and positivity and success and all that fun stuff geared towards. And then others are just based on interest or things that I've heard about throughout the years, like Dave Chappelle's recommendation of Pimp by Iceberg Slim. That one is on the list. I started trying to read that one a few years ago, but I never really got that far, so I do intend on finishing it, along with all the other ones I have this year. And then I will likely pick up more books and just keep going, because why not? I think there's a lot of knowledge to be obtained through them. I think there's a lot to be learned. I think anyone who's taken the time to sit down and write what they have to say and then go through the effort of getting it published and editing and all the hoops you have to jump through to get it published, especially people who did it ages ago, I say. I guess maybe it wasn't as hard in the past, but not that it's super hard now. I mean, anyone can publish themselves on Amazon, but anyone who's taken the time to organize all that information likely has something to say, and I think there is some value in that, especially when it involves topics that interest me or topics that will hopefully push me to be the person that I intend to become. So that's why a lot of them are positive and success geared, and it's why a lot of the audiobooks I listen to are along that kind of genre. I think there's power in it. I think the people writing these books didn't get to where they are by not believing in their own words. That makes sense. Which it's just my audio log, so I guess it doesn't have to make sense to anyone but me, but it makes sense to me, so damn it. I know I talked about my great grandmother as well and how she learned to read with the Bible. And I think at some point I will pick up a Bible and read it. I should have one. I should have several that I've acquired throughout the years, but to be completely honest, I have no idea where they are if I do have them. And my family would probably be devastated to know that, but it is what it is. I will read through it at some point just to at least get some perspective and hopefully have a bit more fuel to argue with my mom whenever she wants to argue about things in the Bible. It's easier to go into a battle when you're equipped, whereas I paraphrase the scriptures I am aware of, and she does the same, and it's usually just kind of ends with that. But anyway, I don't think reading the Bible for petty reasons is good, but like with most other literature, I think there is knowledge to be gained just from reading it alone. But I have enjoyed reading. I know my grandma. I probably refer to my great grandmother as my grandma, but my mom's mom reads a lot. I think she reads a lot of romance, but she also reads a lot. So I may talk with her a bit about books she's read and why she reads and things she's learned from it. I should probably talk to her more anyway. A lot of my family's getting older. They're not all going to be around forever. And as much as it pains me to admit that, I have to be realistic. You never know when you get a call and just hear that someone is gone. That's how I found out my dad passed. And you can't be ready. I remember throughout the years, he'd always say stuff like he'd miss me when I'm gone, or how he missed his dad, especially after his dad passed, but it's hard to really understand that until you're staring it in the face. He had problems for sure, but he had a good heart, I think. At least earlier on he did for sure. But like most people, not without problems. And unlike some people, I don't know whether he had the tools to work through his problems or not, but I don't know. I think in the modern age, it's hard to argue that anyone doesn't have the tools to do better for themselves. It's one thing about the internet that is so great is the accessibility of knowledge. However, what's not so great is the ease of bullshit, the ease of just tantalizing information that's out there, stuff that is not inherently valueless, but like just stuff that's out there. I mindlessly consume a ton of content still, but I'd like to be more mindful about the content I consume rather than just consuming for consumption's sake. And then beyond that, I want to turn the consumption into my own content, my own things to put out into the world. I think there may be some stuff of value I can provide, even if I don't know what that is yet. And if nothing else, it's just another way to tell other people that I was here. If this does make it to YouTube, I don't know who would actually listen through all my daily journals, but if that does happen and someone is listening to this, thank you, because I don't know what you're doing with your life that you're here, but I'm glad to be of some entertainment or some value. Man, that I don't like the sound of that. But I don't know. The idea that someone would actually care to listen to what I have to say, especially this, where it's me rambling daily about things I like and problems or just general tidbits about my life. It's kind of weird to think about. I don't know. I don't know why someone would be that interested in the things I have to say. And I guess maybe that's something I need to look at. Like, do I not value myself for the things I have to offer this world? But I don't know. It's cool to think about the possibility. But even still, I don't know. I don't know if this one up there. I think it likely will, but I don't know. If it does, it might be a monthly thing where I just upload all the audio from the month and maybe have like a slideshow of pictures, but I'm not sure. I don't know what I could add content wise, like visuals at least. I don't know what could be done that would be worthwhile. Maybe just black screen. I could potentially do audio transcriptions on screen. It would take a lot of time. Well, not really. I would just have to listen to the things that I'm saying. Oh no. And then transcribe them, which nowadays a lot of subtitles are just AI generated. But I don't know. I think I'd prefer to actually make my own transcript and make my own subtitles. I don't want to be misquoted. I don't want things I say to get misconstrued or misinterpreted by some emotionless machine. I'd rather have purpose with the words I speak, with the words I put out there, with the content I provide, even if there is not much purpose beyond it being just what I had to say on that given day. I think there are a lot of good things in this world that I want to talk about, so I hope to not run out of things for the foreseeable future of this year. Today is Monday, January 13th. It's 6:25 in the morning. And today I want to talk about discipline. Discipline is something I have not exercised a lot in my life up until this point. Structure and discipline are something I mostly gathered from school and work. Um, when I'm kind of forced to do things, I find ways to do them successfully. However, as I've noticed since not being forced to do anything, I have not really done anything. And so to remedy that, I'm trying to work on my discipline by actually getting up early and doing things that I may not necessarily want to do because they're things that I want to do in my future. I.e., I'll be going on a walk soon. It is below freezing outside. I'm not looking forward to it, but it'll be fine. I'll enjoy it by the time I get done with it. And then I get to eat breakfast and get home and shower and get ready for the trip I have today. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll likely record tomorrow's audio log later in the day because it'll probably be late when I get home. But that is my plan. Before I go, I need to do my daily tasks that I have wrote down last night as part of the schedule that I'm trying to implement. And I need to be better about waking up. I have an alarm set for 5 that I usually just breeze past, which today was no exception. But there will come a time where I will be waking up at 5 instead of 6 or 8, like my alarms go off at. Discipline is something that it seems most successful people use. And again, just something I have not cultivated much, so it's a work in progress and something I gotta work on, but I can do it. I just need to get used to doing it. Today is Tuesday, January 4th. It is currently 10:56 p.m. I am exhausted after traveling a good 200 miles today. Oh, that's just in my car. Probably closer to like 260 or something like that overall. But anyway, I am tired. I probably won't do a long audio log today. I think I've talked about cuisine that I enjoy. Or cooking or food in general. I guess I just, beyond human creativity, I guess just the abundance of food in the world. And I know there are people who live without. I understand that there are those who are lacking. I don't think it necessarily has to be that way, but I understand that not everyone is as fortunate as me when it comes to having what they need. But I do think there is enough out there for everyone. It's just humans aren't great at working together as a whole. I'd much rather put up our borders and say you're different than us rather than look at all the things that we have in common. Very frustrating. A lot of political issues stem from ideas based on nationalism, which is just kind of crazy because these are concepts we created that are very arbitrary. Like, I don't know. To some degree, it makes sense, like in the world we live in. However, in the grand scheme, not at all. But I'm fortunate to be able to say that I think the world/universe is abundant. I think all of our needs can be met. I believe that whatever someone needs is out there. And I'm very happy to be able to think that way and to have abundance in my life. I have a lot of things that I enjoy on a daily basis, and I guess I haven't really kind of taken those things for granted. But I am glad for all the things I've been given in life and all the things I've worked for in life. And I'm excited to receive all the things that I will receive moving forward. I don't know what life has in store for me. I have ideas as to things that I want. I have goals and ideas in mind that I need to write down. But I know whatever's coming will be nice, and I'm excited for it. Today is January 15th, Wednesday. Wednesday, January 15th. The time is 11:52 p.m. I have waited till just about last minute to do this. And based on the length of some of my other journals, it is possible this will be the first one spanning over 2 days. Although I will just be discussing one topic, which I've been kind of struggling to think of. But that's fine. Today's been a weird day. I chose to sleep in this morning. And I really shouldn't have. I don't know. I had a moment where my alarm was going off. I was conscious and aware it was going off. And I just was not feeling it. And as mentioned in the previous journal, talking about discipline, it's definitely something I need to cultivate and work on. So I will be making my best effort to get up at 5 tomorrow, and I will likely be tired, but to some extent, to hold myself accountable, and the fact that I am just now going to bed / recording this is a part of that, at least in my mind. I don't want to do this all the time. Especially when I'm working again, will need to be going to bed earlier. So I can't just go to sleep late all the time and wake up late all the time as much as I enjoy doing so. I've spent a lot of my life chasing self-gratification and simple pleasures, and while I do enjoy a lot of simple pleasures in life, I enjoy extravagance and indulge in it far too much. Hence, again, the need for discipline. Just noticed someone scribbled on some notes that I have. From a friend of mine. I may be seeing this weekend, but if not, hopefully in a relative future. But thank you for sneezing on me, B. The note has her name and a smiley face. It says, "These write really nicely." And then nicely is rewrote, as I guess the first time wasn't sufficient. But I don't think I would have talked with her when I was doing this. Let's see. This appears to be buoyancy. I was given S, which equals 1 meter, a height of 0.75 meters, and a mass of 700 kilograms. I was required to find T, which appears to be tension. I'm guessing it's a balloon of sorts. I don't see a mention of like any sort of density or anything like that, so it is my assumption. Oh, I am seeing now my drawing. Okay, so it is a buoyancy problem, but it is a box that I assume is hollow, so taking maybe the S was supposed to be side, as in like the volume, perhaps it's a square box of side 1 meter, so 1 by 1 by 0.75 with that height and a mass of 700 kilograms, giving the volume and the mass. So with that, we have the volume and the mass, so we know how much water it should be displacing, as well as how much mass it is, therefore how much force should be exerted on the box, if I'm remembering correctly. And then we're required to find T, which appears to be the tension on this rope, and H2, which is the distance the box will be above the surface of the water once the rope is cut. So, let's see. I'm just going to go through this problem now because it has interested me and I haven't thought about my fluids course in some time, although I'm trying to think if this would have been fluids or statics. Unfortunately, I didn't seem to write a date. Oh, 1/23/19, homework 4. But it being labeled homework 4 makes me think this is in Dr. Fagan's course. I think he was a doctor. Which would make me think that this is statics, or, well, no, hang on. I took fluids twice. I'm trying to remember. I know I took it once with, oh man, I'm forgetting her name, I guess Dr. Hill, and she was married to also Dr. Hill. I want to say her name was maybe Catherine, but I don't remember exactly. But the husband was Jerry. But I remember when I took it with Miss Hill, Dr. Hill, I did not get a good enough passing grade. I got a D. And when I took it the next time, either with Fagan or with Dr. Jerry Hill, I did pass it well enough. And I think it was with Dr. Jerry Hill, because I remember I was talking to a friend in that class. Anyways, so on the other side, there's another problem that seems to involve a wall, or I'm assuming a gate. Oh yeah, I see a hinge point. A gate that is submersed in oil. But I'm going to go through the other problem that I have. Oh, apparently it was a cube, because I'm just noticing I have volume as s cubed, side cubed, which is 1 meter squared. In that case, that tells me I do have a height number that I did not define, and should have wrote as height 1 rather than height 2, which confuses me. So I'm going to try to use context in the problem and see if I used height at any point to understand what it is. Maybe it's the height of the rope connecting the two, although given density being a function of depth, and therefore the density of a uniform object being the pressure on the bottom minus the pressure on the top, it's uniform on it. As any side pressures would cancel out, it's being held by the rope, so all the buoyancy is equal to the tension on the rope. It's just why we got to solve for buoyancy to figure out the tension on the rope. Alright, so I have volume equals s squared, which is 1 meter cubed, and I have F of B, so I believe that is the buoyant force. Force buoyancy is equal to rho GV. So the density times gravity constant, and then the volume, to which I have 998 kilograms per meter cubed being the density of water, 9.81 meters per second squared being the average gravity acceleration on Earth, and 1 meter cubed being the volume of the cube, giving me 9790 newtons. Alright, sum of the forces y equals 0 because it's in equilibrium, which is equal to the force of buoyancy minus the tension minus mass times gravity. So trying to make sense of the force of buoyancy. Okay, so it being weighed down by gravity and combined with the force of buoyancy is equal to the tension, whereas I had before stated that tension was equal to force of buoyancy, not taking as if it were a massless object, which we know not to be true. Anyways, so sum of the forces in the y-axis, because all the x-axis would be cancelled because it's not swaying to either side, so it's in equilibrium, which, anyways, it being in equilibrium in the y-axis is also why it's equal to 0, and those are the three forces involved, which I note next after having force buoyancy minus tension minus mg equals 0, I wrote force buoyancy equals T, to which I just wrote 97 newtons, which isn't right, but I guess I guess I didn't finish writing that out, because all I did was just not carry on the mg, because it would be force buoyancy equals T plus mg. So I boxed in 9790 newtons, which is supposed to be how you notate your answers, but I also have wrote minus mg 2923 newtons, and then have squiggly equals, which is approximately the answer, but I did not give an answer. So my guess is that maybe I wrote that down when we were going over the answers to the problem. But essentially I just did not include, and also I did minus mg, which wouldn't have been correct. Because it would have been FB, so 0 equals FB minus T minus mg, so positive T, positive mg equals FB. Whereas I just said FB equals 9790. So I'm not sure where the 2923 comes from. It's either the final answer, and I just copied that, or it's mg, and I just wrote minus mg equals that, and then approximately, and didn't finish. But my answer would have been 9790 minus mass times gravity, so 700k, and then roughly 10, even though 9.181 isn't exactly 10. I know it's a little less than that, but that would put us at 7,000 newtons, which would be a force of buoyancy, 9790, minus roughly 7,000, which would give me just about 2790. But again, I know it's more than that. And then the number I wrote, which was 2923, which is nowhere near 7,000, I'm assuming was the final answer, which tells me if I really wanted to, I could figure out that mg is exactly 9790 minus this 2923 number. But I believe 2923 was the final answer, whereas the 9790 was just the force of buoyancy. Anyways, so I, on the next part of the question, wrote volume displaced is equal to mass over rho, and then I have it broken down, 700 kilograms being the mass, times the inverse of rho, because it's on the bottom, so 1 meter cubed over 998 kilograms, and kilograms cancel out, resulting in an answer of 0.701 meters cubed being the volume displaced. So then what I did is I took s cubed times s minus h2, because that's going to be the distance that it is displaced. I'm trying to think here if I did this part right either. Alright, so I have volume displaced assigned as s by s minus h2, meaning I think maybe I did the inverse of what I needed to. I'm trying to figure out exactly. To which I did. What did I do here? I have s squared times s minus h2 equal to the volume displaced, which, if I look at the problem, the volume displaced is going to be equal to s times s. That's correct. Like, that doesn't change because it's going to be those two dimensions. It's just the height that I'm trying to make sure. So s minus h2, h2 being the height above water, ergo the height that's not displaced, because the displacement is happening based on what is in the water. So s minus h2 is strictly displacement. So it makes sense that the height displacing water is s minus h2, and again s squared is fine. So volume displaced equals volume displaced. Makes sense to me now. Just wanted to be sure. So then what's weird is I have the next line as just s minus h2, which we defined the sides as 1 meter, so I should have wrote out what I had actually done, rather than just say that the s squared canceled out, but technically speaking I divided by, I guess I did define it in a way saying that it went from 0.701 meters cubed to 0.701 meters, however, not in a very straightforward way. It's funny looking at this now, being able to like tell myself where I went wrong, but I guess at the time I was doing it, I just wanted to be done with it and didn't really care that much. It says a lot, but I've learned a lot since then. So, s being 1 meter, I have divided 1 meter squared on both sides, resulting in s minus h2 equals 7.701 meters. to which I know S is equal to 1 meter, so I now know that 1 minus 0.701 meters equals H2, which I have defined as 0.299 equals H2, which I said approximately 3 meters. That answer I think I got right, because again, the amount displaced would be the amount that is below the water line as it is displacing that much water, otherwise it's just floating on top. And then the other part, I just didn't carry on my equation, resulting in just a gross oversimplification of the problem. I assume my box was of zero mass, and it doesn't make sense. So, had I taken time to properly evaluate that problem, it would have been a lot better. I don't know why I felt the need to go through this, but here we are. And I had the thought that me writing down the givens and what we're finding, it was a trait learned in a Fagan course. However, I feel like I used it in other engineering courses as well. It is pretty effective at laying out problems more simply. He was a bit of a stickler for it, but in hindsight, I think it is a very helpful thing. I don't want to get into the other problem. I may at some point, but today is not the day. But, I guess, since I haven't actually talked about a thing I'm appreciative for, and it is, holy hell, 18 minutes, I think, since starting this, I will talk about that. And honestly, I'll keep it related to the problem, because it makes sense to me at this point. But I'm grateful for teachers in my life. I've had a ton of them throughout the years, at least 12 in school, and then another 4.5 in college. 16 years to me is still more than half of my life. That's not nothing. Yeah, I've had a lot of good teachers. I've had some okay teachers. I don't know that I've had necessarily bad teachers. When I look back, I don't remember a ton of bad teachers. I had some college professors who I felt like didn't care. And realistically, I kind of, in hindsight, understand more that the sheer numbers that a lot of them are dealing with, like, maybe it's easier not to care, but like, and that knowing some of them are just there for one research purpose and just to have to teach as a part of their agreement, I could understand not caring as much. However, as someone who takes a lot of pride in his work, it's just kind of hard for me to accept that in a way. However, on the other hand, I think I just wanted more hand holding, which has its benefits and downsides. On the one hand, he's sniffing the microphone. On the one hand, comprehension is easier with the hand holding. However, in the real world, as I'm quickly learning, you just don't always have that. And while it's nice to be coddled and taken care of, for a company, it's not like there's always going to be someone who has the answers. It's not like there's always going to be someone who can give you all the leeway. Ideally, I'd like to work in an environment where, forgiveness and understanding and caring are there. Granted, I feel much more comfortable in an environment that is supportive and caring. However, I also understand the importance of results. So, I guess, while I definitely have disdain for those professors that were less hands-on and less hand-holdy, so to speak, I guess the thing I should really highlight is the appreciation for the realism they provided, but also the appreciation for those that did go above and beyond and just made sure to do all they could do to provide as much potential for success for their students. Because in hindsight, they really didn't have to. Like, no one was forcing them to do it. on the one hand, the accreditation concerns, wanting the university to meet certain metrics was important to them, and when those questionnaires that they were required to give out came around, they were very strict about how they were done. But beyond that, I guess it wasn't necessary. Like, I guess they had certain metrics for determining success, and those mostly being test scores based on uh, certain criteria. So in those courses, I guess maybe the handholdiness was in more of an effort to produce more success and get better test scores, which also kind of feels fucked because on the one hand, doing well on the test doesn't necessarily mean comprehension. However, when dealing with the specific problems given through engineering, comprehension, I don't know. I think maybe the way that the testing is done is not necessarily set up for the best comprehension. It's more just to have data saying you know things, or have data saying you're able to teach these things without necessarily having taught them in a way that is retained. Not that all knowledge is retained forever, and I guess on one hand, being able to do it once just implies that you're capable to some extent. However, when I think back to um, example tests and like prep courses, and like how many times we were given questions that were very similar to what the exam questions would be, even though numbers would be changed and stuff like that. I guess in that way, it's not that we're learning as much as that we're learning how to reproduce those same things. Which I could see arguments for being a good or bad thing. However, I think in the real world, oftentimes we're given similar problems over and over again. So just an understanding of how to solve those problems at their base level is important, and being able to translate them with new data is also important. So I could see arguments for it being a good thing. However, there is a part of me that feels maybe it was just to boost test scores. But I have rambled for too long. Probably. I definitely need to go to bed. I will struggle getting up in the morning, but I will get up because I need to, and I have stuff to do tomorrow. Alright. And today is Thursday, January 16th. Time is 11:39 a.m. And today I wanted to talk about games, specifically complex games, but games in general. I don't think I've talked about games specifically, but if I have, then I'm going for complex games specifically, because I am a person who enjoys some rules and restrictions and direction for how to play. Today I will be playing Magic the Gathering Commander with a couple of buds. I have this black deck I've been working on. I have a green deck I think I want to work on as well, but I will have to actually put work into cultivating said deck. But in general, games have been a very big part of my life. I have collected a lot of board games. In high school, I used to drive around with like 100 board games in my trunk of my car. I believe it was like a 2000 Ford Focus with a hatchback. And then in let's see what else. I would play Pokemon a lot, which I don't know, not necessarily complex. I play TCG Pocket now, but again, not super complex. But I've always played Pokemon since I've been playing games, really. I remember playing, battling my friends during lunch in high school and maybe middle school. I'm blanking now. I guess, yeah, middle school would have been right. High school, I think, was more Yu-Gi-Oh! Although I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Also occurred to me in middle school as well. I remember going to the flea markets on weekends, and I'd buy, so many packs. I always loved Blue Eyes and Kaiba's characters and monsters. Um, I will be meeting up with some friends this weekend to play various card games in which I will try to construct a speed duel deck consisting of my Blue Eyes deck that I have, as well as bringing my Magic deck there. And I talked about bringing my Pokemon collection, but it's a lot, so I don't know how feasible that will be, but we'll see. But games have always been a big part of my life, and it's always brought around a lot of like-minded individuals when it comes to playing. I, again, love a lot of complex rules. I like trying to get as much as possible within the confines of those games. I think this is applicable to real life. I like seeing what I can get away with, so to speak, but at the same time, I am pretty lawful in the way that I do confine to the rules most of the time. Very seldom there is a rule that I will break, but yeah, I think it's interesting that throughout it all, humans have always found ways to challenge and complicate things that don't necessarily have to be. I mean, we could play Go Fish for the rest of our days, but someone out there said, no, I want more. Chess has been around for a long time. I enjoy chess as well. I don't really know chess in a way that like a grandmaster would or more experienced player would. I know how to participate, but I don't know all the game and the plays and the countermeasures and even the notation really. Um, I can move the pieces where they can go, but I don't really. I understand it's a grid system of letters and numbers, and I could learn it. I just haven't taken the time to do so far. I remember I taught my calculus teacher in high school how to play chess during my lunches. I don't remember why. I mean, he was interested in learning, and I offered to teach him, and that was that. But I don't know. Um, yeah, it's crazy to me thinking about throughout time playing cards. I don't even know how long they've been around. I should look into that, but it's just interesting that people will do anything to make time go by quicker. I'd say I absorbed myself into games a lot once I started playing Call of Duty and playing with my Xbox. Played a lot less Pokemon. I'd still play it whenever a new title would come out or anything like that, but nothing like I played Black Ops 2. I remember when I got Black Ops 2, I played long enough to get my way to Master Prestige, and then I got diamond camos on all my weapons. And then I reset and I did it again because I remember my friend was giving me shit for cheating to get my RPG gold, I believe it was. It was a launcher, I remember that. So then later, when I was doing it again to get my RPG diamond, I remember I stole a triple kill from him and he was pissed, but I had fun. I don't remember if that was the exact time that I quote unquote stole his swarm, but I remember that both of those occurrences were ones that made him pretty frustrated. Um, I think games will always be a big part of my life. I very much enjoy them. I like winning. I like playing against people and losing and acting salty. I don't know that I actually get that quote unquote butthurt about it, but it's just, I think it's fun to kind of play into it a little bit and be almost like an antagonist. Like if I'm losing pretty bad and I just know I'm losing and just kind of give up on it and play this part of, oh, I just love playing games with my friends, as I'm saying it like through my teeth and begrudgingly. And I hope that doesn't get old because I could see it being received poorly, but it seems to be received well. So I think for now it'll be okay. But Yeah. When I started this on New Year's Day, I had actually had a friend teach me how to play cribbage. Apparently, her family runs a lot of tournaments, and cribbage is in her blood, so to speak, or it's what she said at least. But that one has its own level of complexity. You got to, I think it was like 121 was the final score, and there's a bunch of rules and hands and procedures and back and forth along the way, and it's pretty fun. I managed not to get skunked. I even won a time. I think just once. Um, but yeah, love me some good games.
Hello, today is Friday, January 17th. Time is 11:58 p.m. I have definitely waited till just about last minute here. I don't think today will be a long walk because I'm tired and I'm ready to go to bed, and I should have been in bed about an hour ago. But here we are. I am not sure what I want to talk about. I guess I'd like to say that I am grateful for the time that I am alive. More specifically, I know there's like this idea of a lot of people saying or claiming that they were born in the wrong time or that X years were the greatest years to be alive, and if you missed it, you missed out. But like, I don't know. There are a lot of problems, but there are a lot of good things too, and I just can't ignore those things and pretend like this is a bad time to be alive, at least where I'm at in life. I I don't know. It's just hard because like even though I am currently unemployed and have been since October, um, I don't currently have like any prospects relationship wise, which for a long time I've definitely considered that to be a determining factor of my personal success, which is kind of crazy to think about now because I definitely don't see things that way. But for the eventual goal of having a family and whatnot, finding someone is a part of that. And being 26, there's this idea that it has to happen sooner than later, especially I know as I draw near to my 30s, a lot of people kind of start having more stigmas about people who are single at that age. Not that there's anything wrong with it, it's just there are a lot of unhealed people who have not taken any time, or enough time rather, to work on themselves. Um, I don't think I fall into that boat. I have my own issues, don't get me wrong. However, I just saw my cat skid across the carpet. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, between the way that I'm able to just look for jobs from home, that I don't have to like leave my house and go out and find places. I can just search a company, search up the information, search up what they're hiring for, and apply without ever like leaving. Like that's kind of crazy to think about. Like that's not even something my parents could have done for a good majority of their lives, their working lives at least. So I don't know. I know there are drawbacks for sure, like the addiction to technology, the overwhelming negativity or overwhelming, I guess, pressure to conform and just live in our lovely capitalistic society. Um, those things are still present, but I don't know. I think the way it is also gives me opportunities that I wouldn't have otherwise. And while I'm not in a position now to make effective change that I think would be nice in a sweeping and generalized way, I think it's nice that I can find myself in a position where I'm better able to do such a thing. Not that I have any revolutionary ideas, not that any of my ideas are novel or worthwhile, but I don't know. It's just, there's limitless possibilities, and it's kind of crazy for me to think that there's not, just because that seems to be the narrative
There's this like, defeatist attitude towards life. But I don't know. Despite it all, I don't feel defeated. I get discouraged for sure, and definitely feel down at times, but I don't think there's ever really a point, or if there is, it doesn't stay long, that I just don't want to participate or don't want to be a part of what can be, because while the world is not the place that I want it to be, it is still a wonderful place, and the fact that it isn't perfect in the way that it is now just means that I get to see improvements along the way, that I get to help make it that place that I want it to be. My boy is acting very feral. Ow, ow. Ah, I have got to trim his nails. Ah, he had dug into my foot. I should have moved it at him. I saw he was eyeing. He was on the prowl. He's currently under my bed, and I'm terrified for when I actually try to lay down. But it's about to happen, so we're going to have to face that fear. But yes, I am glad for the time that I am alive. I am glad for the people that I've met along this time, and I'm excited for the people and experiences that I will have until I'm no longer a part of this world. Today is unfortunately not Saturday, January 18th. It is 1:52 a.m. on Sunday, January 19th. I did not record before I left today, and then I got home around midnight, so I wouldn't have been able to do it unless I did record before I left. So I broke my streak, but that's fine. This will be yesterday's journal, and then I'll just do an additional journal for today. Kind of struggling on a thing to think of, but being as I spent probably a good 5 hours of today in what I'm going to call a third space, I'm going to talk about what I believe to be known as third spaces. Essentially, any space that is not your home or work where you can spend time. I guess a restaurant would be considered that, but I don't know. I guess to me, like the idea would be more of a place where you can be for an extended period of time that isn't your home or work. And aka third. Don't sneeze on me, but so yeah, I spent most of my day at a card shop slash game store. Playing Magic the Gathering. Well, not playing, mostly deck building and mostly looking through my own cards, not even the cards that was at the store. My friend was going through a bunch of bulk rares from the store, and I ended up buying 26 of them in addition to 2 sets of card sleeves, and they gave me 129 lands for free. The other day, our other friend, who we ended up seeing today, helped me refine my main mono black deck, and I finally got to test that out. Because once me and my friend were done, we grabbed dinner, we saw our third friend who worked like 5 minutes away from the card store, and then went back to his place, and he had to work at midnight, so we just spent a good few hours playing, mostly playtesting that one deck and the deck that he had been working on. And I gotta say, my mono black deck is very fun. I had a good time. I do wish I would have recorded this actually yesterday, but that's fine. I will probably record in the morning just to make up for the fact that I missed. And honestly, I should probably do it earlier anyway. I like the idea of kind of waiting until the end of the day and talking about something that happened during the day. But for consistency's sake and for ease of doing it daily without possibly forgetting or waiting until it's after midnight, I will likely look at doing it earlier. And if nothing else, that may give me more of a space to talk about dreams, which I feel like I've been remembering more of my dreams lately. which is not something I'm super used to. I'm used to not remembering them. So, I will, I will be back whenever I wake up, more than likely. Today is Sunday? Yes, today is Sunday. Sunday, January 19th. The time is currently 10:49 a.m. And I didn't have a great idea, he says, today. It's raining out, and I'm about to chug a bottle of water as I need to be drinking more. So I'm going to talk about how grateful I am for water in general. It's kind of surreal to think about what a vital part it plays. You know, humans have been around forever, in human history at least. Not forever, literally, maybe 10,000 years or so. But beyond humans, just any life on Earth requires this water. And it's not, well, I don't want to say not super abundant in the universe, because I think it's been discovered that Mars has water. And I know there's water out in space as well. But liquid water is a little different. But even still, it's just crazy what all it does, like how versatile it is. It's used not only for nourishment and sustaining survival and powering our weather systems, but it's even used in manufacturing, for cooling and energy production, with also cooling and power generation itself, and can shoot it at a really high pressure and cut stuff that you usually wouldn't be able to cut. It's just really cool what all it can do. Um, I'm mostly excited to play more games today, so I don't have much else to talk about without just going into detail about all the things that I want to play. I need to condense my Yu-Gi-Oh cards into a 20 card speed tool deck, and I am in need of putting my more unique rares into a binder for showcasing later. And I want to work on my magic decks, but all that will come. But yeah, water's pretty neat. Today is Monday, January 20th. The time is about 2:08 p.m. I was gonna wait and not do this until later. However, I felt that that would potentially lead to an issue where the last time I did that, I didn't record till after midnight, and I would like to be as consistent as possible. This will be a short walk, but nonetheless, I had a interview this morning at 11:30. I think it went fairly well. It was just over the phone, it's like 20 minutes, nothing too crazy. I will be going in person to interview at that company on Wednesday, and I'm hoping it goes well. I think it's a good company. I think there's a lot of good opportunities there. It's just a matter if I can convince them that I am good enough. I think I am, but I understand that every company has their own specific interests and needs and wants. So anyways, I will hopefully have good news on Wednesday to talk about. I am about to go play some card games with my friends. I've been enjoying playing Magic a lot lately. I haven't played it in the past, but this is the first time I've been playing it like a structured way that I'm supposed to be. So, hopefully more to come. Thursdays apparently is Commander night at the card shop I went to yesterday, so I may start doing that. If nothing else, just to kind of consistently have something to get me out of the house and go meet other people. I wanted to talk about how much I am grateful for my family. And whilst I have a complex family history, as I'm sure most people do, I just wanted to take some time and talk about how glad I am that they've all gone through what they have to get me to where I'm at. I don't know a lot about my lineage. I'm fortunate enough to still have my great grandmother. Um, and I talk with her sometimes, but outside of her and the stories I've heard, I don't know much about my lineage. I know that no one has been overtly successful, other than maybe a cattle farmer on my mom's side that I've heard about. But all that land and money has seemed to have disappeared within the last couple generations, which, I don't know, it wasn't anything I earned or owned myself, so it's hard for me to feel bad about that. Like, is it unfortunate? Sure. But I didn't grow up with a ton, and I want to, in a way, be able to produce all that I have. I've produced a lot so far. Relatively speaking, I own a lot of crap. I have a lot of possessions. I would like to continue to do that one day, hopefully in the next year or two. I will own a home and start the mortgage process. I would like to pursue content creation and not only produce things, but be able to share those things with the world. So, if nothing else, the humble beginnings have not only pushed me to do more, but have also just showed me how much I am capable of despite the beginnings. Um, so yeah, I hope to one day learn more about my family and have my own family and be able to share the history of how they came to be and hopefully impart some wisdom on them as well. I think I'd like to see, whenever I do look into my lineage, and see if there are any authors. I think it would be interesting to read the things that they would write about, hear their stories from their perspective. So I may look into that at some point, but no big rush. Alright. Today is Tuesday, January 21st. Time is currently 10:44. I have an interview in about 9 hours. I definitely should have gone to bed by now, but I don't really have an excuse. I was just looking at my magic cards, which I can do after the interview. Regardless, I'm heading to bed now, and tomorrow I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna pick out my outfit, which I have an idea what I'm gonna wear. I'm just gonna kind of do a fit check, make sure it looks good. And then until it's time for the interview, I'm gonna make sure my car is able to get out, because if it's not, that complicates things, but I just have to reach out and go from there. But make sure my car is cleaned off and ready to drive, and then also study up on the company and try and think of any possible insight that might come in handy for the actual interview. I am excited about the interview. I am excited for the opportunity. I also have an additional interview. I believe we're shooting for Thursday afternoon, but it is possible it could happen Friday. That one will be virtual though, and it would be for a contract position, and it's not the most ideal, but when it comes down to it, down to brass tacks rather, I'm just ready to work. So hopefully I find the right place and the right environment and decent pay. I think the interview I'm going to tomorrow checks a lot of boxes, so I'm excited for the opportunity. And if nothing else, I get to see a facility and meet some people, and I always like doing that. But yeah, I mentioned the weather is kind of rough. It started snowing here. I think it's stopped now. I was very surprised. We've seen more snow this year than I'm used to seeing. I remember seeing it a lot more frequently growing up, or at least it felt that way. But I've enjoyed seeing the snow, and I just wanted to talk about that a little bit. I already talked about water, so I'm just going to talk about water in a different form, which is still water, but nonetheless, pretty flakes. I think it's interesting how a lot of people's perception of wintry weather changes over time, myself included. I still enjoy it, but now the cold feels a lot more, well, cold. Um, I don't really go sledding or do anything fun out in the cold. It just makes me not want to leave my house more, which doesn't help with how I feel usually. But I think there's magical things to be found in the snow. There are people who live in places where it's cold all the time. There are winter sports. There are a lot of things you can do that you can't do in the heat. I mean, my favorite animal, penguins, they live in snowy areas, although not exclusively, but primarily. Um, yeah, I think water in all its forms is a blessing, and it's just crazy how unique snowflakes are. It's fascinating, just the way the crystals develop and any minute changes make them develop in different ways, and the fact that you take the same thing in the same conditions and still get different stuff out of it. Like, it's baffling in a way. You would think, given relatively similar initial starting conditions, you would get relatively similar outcomes, but they're somehow still unique, which I don't know. It's on the one hand, it's nice to think about that uniqueness and try and get some meaning from it. On the other hand, it's hard for me to buy that given the size of any given snowflake and the sheer number of times it has snowed throughout history, that every single one could be unique. Not that I guess the odds of any two people observing an identical snowflake would be astronomically low, despite copies maybe existing. I guess I should probably look into that, because I guess that's another one of those things I get told as I'm young. That just could be true. Possible. I don't know. So I'm going to look into it at some point. But first things first, tomorrow interview is a priority. But I'm ready to work. I think this is a good place to potentially work. I just gotta make sure the rest of the stars align and they gotta like me too. But I'm hopeful and excited for the opportunity. Today is Wednesday, January 22nd. Time is 11 p.m. I am again going to bed later than I probably should be. But today has been a good day. All in all, I've enjoyed today. I got to see my friend. I had an interview that I think went well this morning, and I should hear back by the end of the week about that. And I'm excited for the prospect. I think it's a good opportunity. I think it's a good company, and I think there's good possibilities. I do still have another interview scheduled next week. I think Tuesday morning. I gotta check. And while that job I don't think is a bad job, I like the prospects of the company I interviewed at today. So I am hopeful. And I am staying positive. I have a lot of my family praying for me. I've told a lot of friends, and they seem to be supportive and excited for me and the possibility. So I'm hopeful that it works out. I'm ready to get back to work. I'm so ready to get back to work. I don't like spending time inside the house all day, but that's okay. Um, Trying to think as far as what I want to talk about being grateful for today. I guess I think I've talked about my lineage and how all the work that they did leading up to me being here. It's been kind of boggling for me to, I guess, wrangle with in a way. Like, when I say humble beginnings, it's kind of cliche. However, one of my coworkers that I had at my last job told me about how both of his grandparents were like nuclear engineers, and I'm first generation. Like, no one else in my family really has gotten a degree. Like, some of my cousins have, but like, not many. And not that that means much, but it's not that my cousins are necessarily doing a whole lot, making big waves. And I don't mean to say that in a negging sort of way. I do genuinely hope that most of them do well and succeed. I would like that for any person, really. But, and granted, I'm fairly removed, so there could be some aspects that I'm not aware of. I hear about one cousin that does fairly well. He's pretty young. Has started pursuing his own entrepreneurial endeavors, and I think he does well. So I hope to hear more good things. I hope to hear good things from a lot of them. I've taught myself to have low expectations. And sometimes, even despite that, I still get surprised and dumbfounded. But nonetheless, I don't really want to cast judgment on them. I understand that it's not really easy to quote unquote figure it out. I understand that it's not easy to see things in a different light, and it's not always easy to have self introspection. I understand that I myself fall into pitfalls and kind of fall off the wagon every now and then, too. Um, and while I love them and hope they do well, I can't make them do well, so I just hope that they figure it out sooner rather than later, of course. Um, it would be devastating to get another call. Oh, hey, this family member is dead. I remember when my mom called me after my dad passed, I really didn't know what to do with myself. I was gonna finish the day at work. I think I worked another hour after I figured out. I left. I went home, and I hugged my roommate at the time, and I cried a lot. He was very supportive. A lot of people were really supportive of me. A lot of people have been really supportive for me throughout my life, and I'm very grateful about that. I've been fortunate enough to find good people around me. I know growing up there were a lot of times I felt isolated and excluded, but I don't really feel that way anymore. I feel pretty connected to a lot of people, and I'm very happy about that. What I wanted to talk about, what I thought of something, was some of my older family members, and just how I am grateful to have them around. There's my great aunt and uncle, and then my great uncle's mom, my great grandmother. She is 93, 93, because 24 and 31 is the 390. Yeah, so she is 93. She'll be 94 later this year, assuming she makes it there. And I hope she does. She seems to like life and living, which I'm happy about that. I know my grandfather, my mom's dad, seemed to have deteriorated a lot mentally before he passed. I think my grandma on my dad's side is still doing pretty well mentally, but she also still works. And I think that may be part of maintaining our mental faculties. Um, my grandfather on my dad's side, he passed at I think 69, and he he died of cancer, and it was kind of sudden. So he was very mentally aware up until the end. I need to talk to my grandma on my mom's side sometime soon because I enjoy her. She gets angry about stuff really easily, but she's had a hard life herself. And again, there's a lot of people who don't have older relatives around. And while I did lose my dad, I do have a lot of other people that are still around to be able to talk to. Sometimes when talking to my mom, there's like an echo chamber of negativity around my dad, which is kind of twisted because whether she'll admit it or not, and she won't admit it, she does idolize her dad, which my sister idolizes our dad. And I try to have a more neutral, realistic approach where I try to recognize, hey buddy, try to recognize the good and the bad, because he was a flawed human being, as all humans are. But that doesn't mean that it was all bad. There was some definite bad and some really bad stuff, but there was some good too. There were good qualities. If nothing else, the work ethic instilled into me, I think, was a good thing. I know I was cared for. I know he was upset that I didn't talk to him for the last few years of his life, and I imagine I must have made him feel very isolated and alone in that time. And it's hard because, on the one hand, I want to say that I feel bad for doing what I did, and it would have been nice to have a nice relationship with my dad in his final years. But on the other hand, I didn't condone the things he was doing. I didn't want to pretend that I was okay with the things that he was doing. And more importantly, I didn't want to be around the things he was doing. And especially since he passed, I've wanted nothing more than to be able to show him the light and help him work through his problems. But it probably took his passing for me to really kind of understand for myself what my problems even were. There's a level of introspection that facing your own mortality provides that is really unparalleled. And I think he realized that after his dad passed, because he would talk about it all the time. How I'd miss him when he's gone, how he wished nothing more than to be able to have a conversation with his dad. And maybe he thought it for similar ways, maybe he was closer with his dad than I was with him. But I can understand, in some ways, it would be nice just to be able to talk with him again. Just to be able to have a conversation. I mean, more than just catching up on things, I think there would be some level of frustration expressed on my part. I think it would be hard not to be frustrated. But I would also want him to know that he was loved, even if I didn't really do a good job of showing it at the time. But I try to make efforts to make sure that the remaining family I have, that I keep in contact with most of them, and that I just give them updates and am a part of their life, and they get to be a part of mine in a special way. Because it can be a very lonely world out there, and while I don't agree with most of my family in a lot of ways, they are still my flesh and blood. And I don't condone everything all of them do, but I just try to have an understanding of the life that they've lived up until this point and how they got to do the things that they do that they may not think about as much. And I think I just try to respect them as they are and appreciate them for all that they are rather than just be mad at the parts I don't like, because that won't change anything and make them go away. It just isolates and alienates. And there's nothing that I want to do less than to isolate and alienate those that I care for and those that care for me. Because while family isn't all we've got, I still think it's very important. I'd like to build a family of my own one day, but I need prospects for that. I think it's a thing that can be done. And I will likely go back into the dating scene again, especially once I'm employed. But I've put a little bit of a pause on that for the interim. It will be nice to be able to feel comfortable dating again and feel comfortable in general again. Not that comfort is the goal, because I think when you're constantly comfortable, there's limits as far as what you're actually improving on. And while I think it's a little unrealistic to expect constant improvement all the time, I think it's important to at least strive for changes and differences. Maybe things that I'm not even thinking about, but I still have my goals I want to accomplish, and while I have had a shaky start to the year, to say the least, I still intend to achieve, or at least get closer to my goals than I have in the past. I have a lot that I want to do, and I'm not going to do it by just taking the easy route and being comfortable. There are a lot of things I can do even with that. However, I think that I'm capable of more, and if I'm able to do more, I want to do it. There's a huge part of me that just wants to see what all I can do. Like, there are not, there's a huge part of me that wants to see what all I can do. I have grown up learning the rules of how to be and how to exist and going through the day-to-day life, trying to abide by these rules. But since growing up, it's kind of been enforced me that while there are, of course, rules and guidelines that must not be broken, outside of that, the possibilities are limitless. And my friend would argue about Jung Chul Han, I think is his name, and talk about positive pressure being this limitless possibility kind of stagnating and freezing someone, giving them decision fatigue maybe. And I think there is some merit to that, but I don't think that should, I don't know. I think that is a thing that could possibly be worked through. I think I think limiting yourself to one thing and this idea that you must do this one thing and depend on this one thing for your livelihood is a very paralyzing thing to kind of put all your eggs in one basket, so to speak. It would be hard not to be paralyzed. You have to have a lot of trust and a lot of faith in what you're doing to be able to do that. And I believe I am capable of doing pretty much anything any other person can do. I understand that doing that thing effectively and doing a thing effectively takes a ton of work and a ton of effort and a ton of time. a lot of investment, worthwhile investment, but I also understand that I haven't necessarily honed a craft. I have a wide skill set of crude skills, and I think I want to work on those things incrementally and just do bit by bit until either I feel more comfortable or more faith in myself to be able to sustain myself off of those things, or until other people make me feel that way. And I think the dependence on other people's opinions, this external validation, is probably not a good thing. But I've done a lot of things for external validation. It's hard to conceptualize the possibility of not being accepted, but it's important that I care about myself enough to care about what I'm doing and to not really care about others' opinions on what I'm doing. Assuming I'm not doing some heinous shit, of course. But I don't think it's heinous to create things, especially things that are relatively mundane, holistically speaking, at least. A big part of why I've been so hesitant to really pursue 3D printing is, well, there's multiple reasons, but a big hindrance early on was thinking about the plastic waste. But I see the things that people create online, and to get to that level, I'd have to do a lot more than I've done. But I think part of me has wanted to find a good, sustainable way to do 3D printing, maybe 3D printing recycling, to the point where I would feel comfortable printing larger things, messing up, and being able to rectify that mistake, and rather than waste the plastic or throw it away, as I've done in the past, I'd rather have a good idea that I'm not just contributing more plastic to the planet, because it's a problem that I don't see a lot of people really doing much about. I think there are responsible ways to do things, and a lot of people lose sight of their responsibility in the things that they do, and I can understand money being a big not roadblock, diversion rather. But I still feel that I should maintain some level of ethics, hold myself to some higher standard to do things in a better way, because it's the only way I see things getting better overall. Today is Thursday, January 23rd. The time is currently 11:50 p.m. And today, well, I guess I can ease into it. It was a weird day. I didn't really do much job applications. I just kind of focused on magic, and I ended up constructing or rounding out a deck I had sort of constructed, having 99 lands to now having, I had 17, 17, 17 plus 3, which I think was 51 plus 3, so 54. And then I took out 10 lands and replaced it with some other cards, and I got so 44 lands eventually, so 56 other cards. I played tested it against my roommate, playing with my mono black deck, and it wasn't like anything mind blowing or super amazingly good or anything, of course. Despite having more mana, I still had triple drawing mana in the first game. The second game, I'm trying to remember how it ended. I think I won, but the reason I won was because my roommate played what I refer to as the Funny Man, which is a 6/6 for 6 that basically gives you a three-turn timer before you lose the game. And he is inexperienced with this deck, so he didn't quite understand, so he misplayed a little bit. But I won that one, but again, it was due to misplay, so didn't feel super good. But even still, I think the deck's got potential. I just need to play test and swap things around and figure out what's working, what's not working, and just go from there. Yeah, that was most of what I did today. I also slept in a habit which I will be breaking soon, but one that I have definitely relished in this past week. Tomorrow, I think I'm supposed to hear back from the job that I interviewed at both Monday and Wednesday this week. I'm still hopeful. I've had time to kind of sit on it and think, and even feel a little bit nervous about the possibility of not hearing back, but I'm hopeful it works out. And if it doesn't, I still have an interview next week for another possible job. So, tomorrow I need to apply more as well, just to make sure I'm still maintaining my applications just in case unemployment does allow me to make more, which I don't think. I think I've hit the cap of benefits that they'll pay out, so I think this week was the last week I'll get paid, but we shall see. And if I hear back from Huber tomorrow, if I hear back from that company tomorrow, I don't have to worry about it. I don't know. I don't think I'm super worried, because even if I don't hear back, I feel pretty confident about the other job. But I think what I want is this one job. I think it has a lot of good opportunity. I think it checks a lot of boxes for me. It's a little awkward in the location, but I can work with that. So I'm excited about the possibility, and I hope to hear good news tomorrow. I have a lot of people that I've talked about who are wishing me well. Talked about this job too that are wishing me well. My great grandmother, my great uncle, my mom. So here's helping. But what I wanted to talk about today is my appreciation for the stability I've had throughout my life. I've never really gone hungry. I might have not eaten or something for like a day at most, but if so, it's likely due to being sick or not really feeling like eating, rather than being unable to eat. I don't know if there's been a situation where I have been without food for a long period of time, and I understand not everyone has had that same experience. And I also understand that I have probably relished in it a bit too much without even thinking about it. That's why I'm overweight. My eating habits aren't great, but those are things that I want to change. I want to have a healthy relationship with food for the nourishment it provides, for all the good out there. I'd like to have a better understanding of what is in my food exactly, because as much as I love or enjoy fast food and processed foods and all the crap that is served in the US, I also understand that there's a lot that I don't know about it that kind of concerns me. So I'd like to have a bit more control over what I eat and what I put into my body. I think it's important. I have been drinking more water. I've been at least consistently drinking my bottle every day, and then I also take Metamucil at night. So far, I might switch that to twice a day in the future. For now, once a day is fine, but I don't know. I enjoy it. I've been drinking soda again recently, so I imagine once I stop that again, it'll be even better, or the Metamucil will be even better because it's kind of sweet and it's orangey, so it's nice. I want to step up my water drinking to the point where I'm drinking maybe 3 of these bottles a day. I want to say it's a 24-ounce bottle, which if it is, then honestly 4 is probably a better number. I think when I started doing my schedule and my timers, I had 3 main bottle timers, and I would try to drink between them as well. So ideally, these timers were notifications for me to kind of refill the bottle, to which I would basically, if I hadn't already, finish the bottle beforehand, fill it up, and then hopefully sip on it before the next timer, to which then the next timer comes, finish the bottle, refill, sip on, or chug at the time, and refill the bottle. It kind of falls apart with the last one as I go to bed. I don't necessarily refill it, but it was a system. I liked doing the notifications, but I don't know, something about it didn't resonate with me. I don't know. I had notifications for things like brushing my teeth. I think I even put making my bed. I don't know if I had going for a walk. I had my cat litter to be scooped once a week, which right now I just kind of do it as needed every few days. I think actually, no, it wasn't once a week, so it was not enough. It was like, I think it was every third day. I forget how specific you can set timers on Apple. I had a ton of timers. Or rather, notifications. I figure as much as I'm on my phone, or I figured as much as I am on my phone, that I would want to get rid of those notifications. But I don't know, something about them, I guess maybe it just wasn't in my face enough. But I just didn't find them to be effective long term. I think if there was like, and I'm sure there are, but like a habit tracking thing where I could kind of visualize that data, and if it were able to have a widget on my screen, I think that would be nice. Alternatively, moving away from a screen-based solution, I could look at doing like a calendar. I'm sure there are those, maybe a journal. I haven't really been consistent with making schedules. Oh, it's 12. Happy Friday. Today may be the day my life changes for the next little chapter. But I forgot what I was saying. I was talking about the reminders, doing a physical thing. Yeah, so like either a calendar or planner, I think that would be good. Then I talked about kind of falling off, or if I didn't, I meant to talk about falling off with my schedule, doing a weekly thing. It was kind of hard when the last one I made, I didn't really follow like at all. So I think there are good ways to do it. I just haven't found a good consistent way that I kind of have to stick to. There's a part of me that feels once I am back in an office or back in a structured environment, it will be easier for me to kind of have the momentum to keep doing things and stick to schedules. And as I get used to doing it for work, if I have similar systems set up in my personal life as well, I imagine it'll adapt pretty well. I think I work well with lists. I usually, when working, compile lists. I check off those things as they go down. If people tell me stuff I'm supposed to remember or need to remind them of or may need to use in the future, I write it down. I think I remember things better once I have wrote it down as well as heard it and I talk about it. And sometimes, maybe he's sniffing the mic. Sometimes when I have this list, I'll kind of go over the things and I may quietly talk to myself about the things, and I think that as well reinforces it in my mind. And kind of, in a sense, use it like a guidebook or even a Bible, to which I noticed that with the planner, the schedule I would make, I keep it near my desk, but it's not something that like I look over and review. I just kind of know what the items are, and I guess because of that, I just kind of leave it in a position, don't really interact with it much. As a result, I don't think there's much weight to it, I guess. So I want to work on this. I want to modify this and work until I have better systems in place to do the things I want to do more effectively. And again, I do feel the added structure and possible momentum that comes with uh, employment will help me facilitate that. So I'm excited. Hopefully, good things to come today. Today is Saturday, January 25th. Yes. Time is currently 2:31. I missed my log from yesterday, and I am very tired. So I'll be making this pretty quick today. Today, I didn't do much. I worked on another magic deck, and then I went to activate games with some friends, and then I met up with those friends along with another friend and got to meet up with a bunch of random Magic players for the Innistrad booster draft pre-release event. And it was a lot of fun. I had a good time. I got a free round, so that means I got 2 free packs, and then I lost 0-2 the next 2 rounds, so that was fun. I haven't opened the additional 2 packs that I got. I will at some point. One of my friends pulled a $90 card, which was fucking crazy, but good on him. I'm exhausted, and I just wanted to talk about how nice it is, how connected the world is. I know there's a lot of disconnects as well, but I like the connections I get to work between friend groups that I have, and I've been to different countries, and like, while I don't have really any connections outside of the US, I know it's possible to have them. I see things that other people in other countries do. And I don't know, I just like being able to see what all can go on in the world. Obviously, there's a lot that I don't see, but it's just the accessibility that we have to all of humanity is kind of crazy, kind of mind-boggling to think about. But yeah, that's it. Today is Saturday, January 25th again. Time is 11:14 p.m. I am currently waiting on my Brita to finish filtering water so I can fill my cat's water fountain. I definitely let it go too long, as it was made very apparent when I was cleaning it. So I'll be cleaning it more frequently moving forward and paying more attention to it because it hides its grossness pretty well, unfortunately. That being said, it is clean now. And he's gonna get some fresh filtered water to top it off. He's a very sweet cat. I love him a lot. I clipped his nails today because I've been meaning to do that for a little while too. Felt bad he climbed on my roommate the other day. And despite him having teeth on, his sharp claws got through and It's interesting, he won't climb if someone's wearing shorts, like he knows it hurts, but I guess the thought of the cloth, like he thinks of that layer of separation as if that's okay. But I guess he doesn't understand. He does have some understanding, but just not quite the whole thing. But he's a very sweet guy. I need to schedule him a vet visit this next week. He's behind on what he needs, so I'm going to take care of that. Yesterday, I probably already talked about it. I had a bunch of fun with my friends. I was supposed to join them again today, but between expenses and honestly my tiredness, I just decided to stay at home today, which didn't stop me from ordering out, so there's that. I need to go to the store in the morning to pick up something for a friend of mine as well as myself. I'm hoping I can get double use out of it. And yeah, I wanted to talk about being grateful for iterations, innovation. I'm trying to think of the best way to say it, because I want to say more towards iterations rather than innovation, because while the primary focus of what I'm thinking of is more innovation, excuse me, is more innovation, I was going to tie it back into general evolution and just more or less various organisms throughout history just trying to survive, and the best surviving or the most capable of surviving getting to keep going. And in a way, humans have adapted that, and how we create things, there is a bit more logic to the things we create, as in there are certain rules, especially within engineering, on how to make things and do specific tasks with those things. But even with those rules, there are times where there are accounts or factors that you'd never think about unless you've either dealt with this thing before or are aware of everything that could possibly happen, which most of us are not. I know there's a large divide between people who use things and the people who design them, as typically the designers don't have much use with them. However, I've seen a lot, granted on YouTube, but a lot of people making things for themselves. I'm also in some Facebook groups with other people who have 3D printers and a bunch of people who make practical printing things at the Magic tournament. I say it's a tournament, it's a pre-release booster sealed event. I don't know what to call it, but I'm going to call it a tournament. Anyways, I was sitting with some people because my friend's table was kind of full, so while we were deck building, I was sitting with some people that were just there, and they were very nice, very friendly. Helped explain rules when possible, gave tips on deck building. Funny enough, the guy that was to my right ended up being the last person to take me out in the tournament. But again, it wasn't much of a tournament because there was like no winner. It was just 3 rounds of play. I got the bye. I think I already talked about it, but I got the bye and then I lost twice. But very nice guys. Everyone there was very welcoming, very friendly. Offered days that they do Commander as well, and I felt very welcomed and invited there. I found that a lot of the Magic community has been very welcoming. I've gone with a few friends to this one card shop in Gastonia to dig through their bulk and help build our Commander decks. And I've gone with some other friends to a more local card shop. There we were just gathering ourselves, so we didn't play anything official, but we played, I think Shadowverse was the one game my friend taught me, and then also I'm blanking, what else? Oh, Commander, of course. The one that I play the most. I know that card shop has Commander nights on Thursdays. The card shop I went to in Matthews is Commander nights on Tuesdays. And then I don't know if the other local card shop that's more close to me, where I usually buy booster boxes of Magic, I don't know. if they have commander events or not. I know one time when I went in there and talked about buying Magic, another guy was like, "Oh, you play?" And I'm like, "Oh, just commander." And he's like, talking about them gathering and playing, and I just kind of brushed him off because at the time I hadn't really built anything. I just had planned to build, and I don't even know if that's true because I'm trying to think because I bought Dustmorn at that time, and I was intending on getting more black cards, but I don't remember why I intended on that. I don't remember. I might have talked with. I feel like the first time I met with the one friend to the Gastonia shop, I'd already bought the Dustmorn box, so I'm not sure because I feel like he would have told me about, which I don't know. I might have shared some of my legendaries with him, and then they're not legendaries, but the stuff from the Magic Secret Lair drop that I'd gotten. One of them was a mono black vampire Drana that basically gets you some good graveyard recursion. Um, and he might have talked to me about building a deck like that, and then maybe I was interested in getting more black to build a mono black, but yeah, I'm not sure exactly how that transpired, but I remember I was determined I was getting more mono black, and I bought Dustmorn. I ended up pulling some good Valgavoth cards, including Valgavoth Terror Incarnate, I think is his name. 9949 has flying and lifelink, and I shouldn't just talk about Magic. I enjoyed it a lot, but I was wanting to talk about innovation. I guess even card games could be included in that. Obviously, there are areas where there are things that work, like energy mechanics, mana, energy, and Pokemon. I guess Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't really have one, and it still seems to work. I forget if Hearthstone. Excuse me. I forget if Hearthstone had one. I know Shadowverse had one, but it seems to be a common staple of a lot of card games. Again, barring Yu-Gi-Oh, other than just kind of limiting what you can do other than effects, but even that, not an energy mechanic. So I guess they did try to implement something like that with the it's not speed duels, but it's the I guess maybe they were called speed duels. I don't remember exactly, but I'm thinking 5D's era, where you're on the motorcycles and you're having the card games on motorcycles, and you gain speed and have to play cards based off of that. And it's been a very, very long time since I played that, so I don't have a great memory of it, so I could be very wrong about it, but I feel like there was a speed mechanic involved. Regardless, with anything, there are things that are proved to work, there are things that are proved to not work, and there are some things that are proved to work so much that they just have to be removed for everyone's sake. That's why there are a ton of ban lists, but all that to say, it takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of testing, it takes a lot of refinement, a lot of iterations. That's what I was getting to. I've had various different cat fountains. I like the one I currently have. I think it's the least messy of the cat fountain. But in all reality, there was nothing wrong with just having a bowl. It seemed to do fine. He drank from it. He still has, it's not a fountain, it has a reservoir that just drains slowly that he drinks out of as well. And he doesn't seem to have a problem with not running water. I think a lot of people have just kind of pushed the cat fountains to be able to sell a product, which, go figure, people wanting to sell products? What? That's crazy. No. Knowing damn well I also want to one day sell some product, but I don't know what. I have things that I could make, and I just need to work on them. I tell myself once I have the structure of a job, I'll do more, but there's no reason I can't now. I just haven't been. I've been either distracting myself or just ignoring doing things entirely. I don't want to do that forever, so I'll work on that. 3 years had a rough start, but there's no reason it can't get better. I'm hoping to hear back from the one company I interviewed with last week, and I also have another interview upcoming this week. So I'm hoping for some good things to come, some good news to come. And if not, then I'll find something just to do something. Just because I think unemployment is running out. And I gotta pay bills and whatnot. And while I'm good for the next month, I'm starting to notice a dip in the funds. So we gotta just do something. If nothing else, just to do something. But I think just working will help me in general, help with my mood, if nothing else, just to make me interact with other people more often. Which I've had a lot of fun interacting and playing with my friends and doing magic and stuff, but gotta do more than just that. But good things are gonna come. I'm gonna make them happen one way or the other, because I got a lot of living to do. Today is Sunday, January 26th. Time is 10:21 p.m. I'm actually going to bed at almost a normal time for what I want to do. I'm not sure what I want to talk about quite yet, so I'm going to start rambling about my day and hope that something comes to me mid-sentence. Or mid-ramble. I spent a lot of my day, not a lot of my day in bed, but longer than I probably should have. I was up late on my phone, and then slept in pretty late. I've been feeling kind of down today. And by kind of down, I mean pretty down in general. I still have enough for rent, but I did confirm today that my benefits have exhausted. I did get my tax form for what I have been paid out, so I will be filing my taxes, which might come in the near future anyway, but I don't want to depend on that. I'm ready to work. I just need work to do. I have things I could do on my own. I haven't done them enough to be able to be sufficient from them and put the efforts in, and regardless of the reason why, that is what the case is. So I can't expect it to be handed to me. As much as I would love that, that's why the lottery is so appealing. That's why everyone wants an easy solution, and it's rough because I'm someone, and it would be great to have an easy solution. I think the path of least resistance is the natural way to do things, but it's hard. It's one thing to be told, or to. It's hard because it does take work, and no one is going to do that work for me. And not that they should, not that I should expect them to, but I'm just kind of conflicted. I feel like a lot of the self-help stuff I've been reading, which, granted, not practicing very well, but aside from that, I feel a lot of the self-help stuff is kind of contradictory to my experience. And whilst I understand that it's never really for the unemployed, there is talk about people quitting their job just to pursue things, and I don't know. I guess maybe the assumption is that they have some runway to live on, which I did have for some time, but I did not pursue. So I don't know. I think part of me has just been living with the assumption that I'll find something. I don't know what it'll be, and I still don't know what it'll be. I am hopeful for the job I interviewed for. I don't want to just stop looking thinking that it's just going to work out, though. Like, is it possible? Sure, absolutely. Is it guaranteed? No. And I can't just sit idly by waiting for it to be handed to me. Which, again, I do have another interview on Tuesday with a different company, and I'm sure it's a job I can do well. It will definitely push me out of my comfort zone a bit, which isn't a bad thing. Um, it'll definitely be a new experience for me as well. Which again, not a bad thing per se, but I can't bank on that either. I also can't just expect them to think that I'm the perfect candidate and that I'm gonna do exactly what they need. I am aware I can do that. However, I can't just put all my eggs in that basket either. So, in the interim, especially now that unemployment is officially ended for me, I will be applying, putting more eggs in more baskets, just in case these don't pay off. And if they pay off, great. I can politely refuse other potential interviews and offers. However, if they don't, I need to make sure that I'm still putting myself out there for good opportunities. This is the first time I've dealt with unemployment like this, and I suppose the last time I did it before I found consistent work, which I had some work lined up, but before it began, I had looked for anything, something. I did DoorDash, I worked for UPS, I just worked until I found something better. And I guess maybe that's something that went kind of wrong in this time. It's hard because part of me doesn't want the feeling of giving up on a better job. Not that working, I don't even know how to phrase it without sounding like a condescending asshole. I usually say unskilled labor. Like, it's not beneath me. It's a thing I've done before. It's a thing I'm capable of. Is it what I want to do? Not necessarily, but fact of the matter is currently no one's hiring me for what I want to do. No one has, at least since 2022, 3? I think 2, because I spent the entirety of 2023 at my last company. I really had high expectations there. I was told a lot of good things. And even when things were bad, I confided in other people and was told, well, things are going to be fine, things are going to work out. And, I mean, I assume they haven't gone out of business. It's a new year, and I assume they have new contracts and are fulfilling the other contracts that they did have. But it's just hard because I was told a lot of things and then cast aside. And while I understand that it wasn't that I wasn't able to produce good work, it was a financial decision, it's hard not to be frustrated when I understand that there could have been some warning, some heads up, rather than just the day of you're gone. And I don't know, I can be salty about it. It is frustrating for sure to think about it that way. However, there's also the angle that I did get an extended week of pay. So that's something. Like, it's not nothing. I can't diminish that because it's not an inconsequential amount of money either. It did complicate my unemployment application process, but that was only because I didn't know how to handle it. hard to be positive when I just want things to be different. I'm not in a bad space. There are things that I do not like about my current position, but that doesn't mean that I have no hope or that things are going to be worse. Um, in a few weeks, I imagine I'll feel a lot more secure in the fact that I imagine I will be working, but I'm not there yet, and I just have to maintain hope that I will get there. And in that process, I'm going to broaden my search a bit because as much as I want a dream job for my next job, I can't expect it to be handed to me when I'm basically sitting around doing nothing. I think it might have been one of the Grumpy Old Men movies, which, as an adult looking at ratings for them being so low, is kind of disappointing because it was a staple, like, series of my childhood, I guess. It was a movie that I had watched and at least retained some memory of throughout my childhood. And I believe it was in that movie there was someone who said you shit in one hand and wish in the other and see which one feels up first. And lately it's just been feeling like I've just been doing wishing. And I think it's possible that better opportunities can come my way, but in the process, like I said, I don't feel that I've really been doing adequate work, either on myself, my projects, or quite frankly, the job search itself. There's a lot more I could have been doing. I know I will get better. I know better things are coming, but I know I need to work to get them. There's so many things I want to do. And I guess me saying that is coming from a place of fear of not being able to do them. I know there are a lot of things that I am going to do. I don't know what all of them are yet. I don't have some driving passion or purpose behind me motivating me. I have my necessities, the things that I like, my wants. I have things that I want to maintain, but I guess I haven't internalized the reality of my situation that well. I know I have at least one safety net, two safety nets that aren't exactly ideal and I do not want to take advantage of. I know they are available to me, and I guess maybe part of me has been worried about that being a crutch for me to lean on when I really don't need that. Like, just, it's nice. It is very nice. It is a good thing that I have those avenues. However, there are complications that arise as a result of them. And I think the false security gained from it is one of them. Because I can't expect to have those avenues all the time. And while it is a nice thing, it has only, I think, helped fuel my complacency. And realistically, I think I can rationalize about anything, like how, I don't know, I have this, therefore I don't do this, or any sort of frame of logic where it just post hoc rationalizes my lack of action. But regardless of excuses or reasons or what have you, I just have to keep going. Because I can point fingers and blame and say, oh, if things would have turned out this way, then it would be different, but that's not going to do anything other than just tell a story that could be much different. Rather than, oh, I just sat around and waited until a perfect job landed in my lap. It could be a story that I've
done before. Oh, I worked, and I worked my way up until I was put in X, Y, or Z position, until I was able to come across better times, until I found better opportunity. This is the second time I've had to look for work whilst not employed, but the first time I've done it since graduation. And at this point, I start to wonder, especially with being unemployed since October, that people are going to question my work ethic, which, again, lately has been pretty low. But I am thankful for all that I am capable of, because I have climbed from more destitute positions in a position where $400 a month was a lot to come by just to pay my rent. But I was able to do it then, I'm able to do it now, and able to do so much more. It's not going to be easy, but it wouldn't be fun if it was. I've always been able to impress myself with my capability of doing a lot in a little time. Typically, this has been a reactive thing. I wish I had a good answer to how to make it a proactive thing. I think the lack of urgency does not help. I think whenever I do those large feats, I'll say, whenever I procrastinate and there's a fire under my ass to get this thing done because I have to do it, it is easier. There's no questioning it. There's no, oh, well, do I really? And there's no circumventing it. It just is. And there is no avoiding it because it is there and is very real and is present and it's not going anywhere. And the only way out is to do your best and get through it. And I don't know if there would have been some way to be taught to be more proactive about these things or to actually do it less. I don't know. I don't think it matters if there was a way, because if there was a way, it wasn't taught to me. If there was a way, I just haven't found it out yet. I'm sure there is a way, but it requires work that I'm just not doing right now. And that's what I need to work on, because I have to. Because I need to keep pushing, because I have things that I need to do. I have things that I want to do, and even though I don't really know what all those things are right now, I know that if I just give up, then I don't figure them out. And I think the unknowns of giving up are a lot scarier than the unknowns of trying your best and just pushing yourself to do more. I think I placed a lot of expectations on myself, and maybe as a result that I have viewed myself above things that I really shouldn't have. Because the reality of it is that anyone has as much potential as anyone else. Maybe not the financial access or ability in some cases, but I think most cases people are able to do more than they are currently doing. I think it's easy to get complacent and get comfortable and find ways to survive and just stop, but that's not what I want to do. But based on the work that I've been doing in the last 4-ish months, it doesn't show that I want to do more. It just kind of looks as if I just want it handed to me. And I don't think that's very fair to anyone that is working hard, anyone that is
putting themselves out there and really, really working. I have a friend who I hung out with today. I did some silicone. I put some silicone sealant on his door. Um, and something he talks about often is people want it more. Like he usually refers to his own field of work and talks about the people he interacts with and how they don't want to put much work in, but the way he phrased it was very simple. He wants it more, and he's doing more, and I find that very admirable. And it's impossible for me not to reflect on that and say, people want it more. There are people out there doing a ton more than I'm doing, even a little more than I'm doing. And while not all that effort is always rewarded, it is more likely to be rewarded than the effort that I have been doing, which again is very minimal. The thought of someone actually listening to everything I have to say is kind of terrifying. I don't think, well, I don't know. It's hard for me to say that no one would ever want to. I think there's value in what anyone has to say, and beyond that, people listen to things all the time where either it's mindless consumption or there's some fascination that pulls them towards it. But if anyone ever does actually listen to the things I say and engages with things I have to say, I have nothing else to say other than that would be super validating. It would be really cool, for lack of any better phrasing. And maybe that's narcissism in me to want to be appreciated and understood and heard. I think to some degree a lot of people have that inherent narcissism. And I say narcissism, it's not necessarily in a negative context or that one must be heard or understood or seen or felt, but that hmm, I think to some degree a lot of survival kind of depends on that in a social environment. In the wild, especially thinking just like predator-prey situations, being heard or seen or understood doesn't matter because most of the time that's just going to give yourself away from whatever thing you're pursuing. And with people, it's very different. We want to engage with each other. We want to be accepted by others. We want to be able to be who we are and be told that, hey, I like that. Be told, hey, who you are is acceptable. But I don't think beyond general social acceptance it really matters. Because there are those that do things not for self-validation or for selfish reasons, but simply because that's what they want to do. It's what they enjoy. It brings them joy. But if anyone does ever hear what I have to say, and I guess if you hear this part specifically, then
just know that I appreciate the fact that anyone is willing to hear the things I have to say. And I hope that you get those same feelings yourself, and hopefully it comes from within, because I think internal validation is probably a bit healthier, probably, just a smidge. But I'd like to accomplish things that I think are worthy of that recognition. I'd like to do things that are unique and special and make me feel good, but also make others proud. And I know that there are those that are proud of me. I understand that I have my family, that I could basically do no wrong in their eyes, at least as is right now. I'm sure that could change if I actually start doing things that I understand they would consider wrong. But I can only hope that I can appeal to those without the rose-tinted goggles. And I understand I also have friends that I appeal to. I have people that are close to me that aren't my family that appreciate me for who I am. And I hope they know how appreciative I am of them, as I don't always feel like I've had that in my life, and it is a very nice feeling to be connected to other people in that way. And I guess maybe that's just not good enough on some internal level. Maybe that's where the narcissism is, that I want people that I don't know to appreciate the things that I have to say or the things I have to offer the world. And I think it's possible. I think I can offer good things to the world. I just know that I need to do work to do that, and I have not been doing it. So that's what I need to work on. That's what I will talk about working on. Today is Monday, January 27th. Time is 11:52 p.m. Cutting it close today, but here we are. Today I spent too long in bed, and I talked to my mom. I went and got some groceries, got more distilled water for my CPAP. I watched more Magic. I got to watch some sumo wrestling. Tournament just wrapped up. So we watched days 13, 14, and 15, and that was fun. And then afterwards, I played a game of Commander with my roommate and the guy we were watching sumo with and his roommate. I lost, like, really badly, but that's fine. I had fun. And realized that I either run a lot more green than I thought in the deck that I am playing, or I just got really unlucky with my shuffles. But either way, I will likely be upping the amount of forests in that deck. I have an, oh god, excuse. I have an interview tomorrow in about 11 hours. And I will definitely be reviewing the job information before going into it. I think it's what I'm capable of. It's a good opportunity. It's not 100% ideal, but it's just a contract position as well, so it doesn't necessarily mean that it'll be where I'll be in 6 months, or I don't know. It's not a guarantee, and I don't want to depend on it, but I also want to kind of be able to keep my options open so that if I find a better opportunity, I will be able to seize that opportunity. As mentioned, I want to move. I assume I've mentioned at some point, and I do intend to do that. However, I have to work and survive, so I will have to be where the money is, and if the money is in the big town I live near, and I don't know if I've given that information away or not, so for now I will leave it at that. But if I'm to
only be able to work there, then I will have to live near there. And if I'm able to move to the other, less big town that I want to, that's near where I grew up, then I would like the opportunity to do so, but I haven't had much luck in the jobs that I've applied to there so far. So, hoping for good things, hoping tomorrow goes well, and hoping that I will be able to get back to work soon because I'm ready to work. I'm ready to spend my days doing something constructive. Before I get started, I think I didn't say the thing that I was supposed to say, which is the thing that I am grateful for yesterday. And I had it on my mind, and I'm starting to blank. Oh, that is frustrating. Oh, well, if I think about it, I will talk about it, but for the time being, I'm completely blanking. I guess just off riff, a thing I did yesterday was watch sumo, and talked with some friends today about watching hockey at some point. And I've seen baseball and basketball and football, so various sports, but I guess I'll talk about, at least to kind of make up for yesterday, how appreciative I am of people's ability to make games of any sort, not just the games that I mostly play, card games, board games, all that fun stuff, but any sort of games. Last year, or not even the year before last, I went with a friend to the Highland Games, which is a Scottish festival, for lack of a better word, where a bunch of games take place. And I imagine in the earlier days that once survival is less of a not main priority, but when it can kind of go to the back burner, like survival isn't all you have to do, and especially in anticipation of potential invaders and whatnot. I imagine a bunch of guys just kind of standing around, looking around, will just see the big rock, and it's like, I bet I could pick up that rock. And other guys go to them on, and so on and so forth. But I don't know, I just think it's interesting. Humans have found many ways to keep ourselves occupied and to distract ourselves, but also to enjoy things that otherwise would not be interacted with in any kind of way. I think that is part of the reason we're able to impart meaning onto things that, well, without our interaction with that thing would essentially be meaningless. Not in the sense that it has no purpose, but more in the sense that its purpose would be it. It would be all surface level. It's basically it. And I say this not to say that human interaction or intervention is the only way that things have meaning. I guess maybe creature interaction partially, but when I think about like the weather cycle, water cycle, if you will, water in itself has its own level of meaning, which again typically is just interacting with life, whether it be things that survive in it, things that drink it, or things that use it to nourish themselves to survive. I guess they give water more meaning than just being water as well, but that's not a strictly human characteristic. That would be any creature or animal or fungi or bacterium. I think that covers them all. I could be missing something, but protists maybe? You care, anyways. But yeah, so I guess that's gonna make up for yesterday. And moving on to today. Today, I think I already said the time. It is now 10:48 p.m. Still Tuesday, January 28th. I had an interview, and I I think I answered a lot of the questions really well, but there were a couple that I think I really kind of floundered on. And I'm just hoping that they liked what I had to say, but I'm also not putting a ton of faith into it. I I feel like I kind of did that with the interview that I had last week. I was told I'd hear something in a few days. It is now Tuesday, and I last interviewed on Wednesday, so it's been about a week. So it's my assumption that they pick someone else and just aren't going to notify me. Which, yeah, it is what it is. I've seen a lot more rejection than I have interviews when it comes to me looking for things, but I get it. Everyone has specific wants and needs, and it's hard to convince a lot of people that what I have is overly unique, for lack of a better term. I have my procurement experience, I have my engineering background, but I haven't. I don't know. I have a lot of good work experiences I have to show for them, but I think, at least in a lot of the jobs I've applied for, there's been a interest in more specific knowledge pertaining to their relative industries, which is kind of weird because the skills I feel translate regardless of the details. There, of course, are details to be learned. However, this doesn't mean that they are unable to be learned or that they must be known prior to joining this organization. And granted, they may be able to find people for their specific needs, but I don't know. A lot of it, like when you are a cabinet company and you're looking for someone with cabinet experience, and not even the whole cabinet, I'm not going to say which part just to prevent any sort of disclosure, but um, which I say that interview when I had it was they were more interested in the quality standards than knowing things akin to that. Whereas, and granted, a lot of companies have wanted to have some sort of certifications, and I don't currently have any. And I usually at least try to express my interest in training and learning about the certifications or any sort of information I need to be better at my job, but I guess it's easy to say that, and maybe other people could say that and not follow through, which would lead to a level of distrust. But regardless, I can think of any number of reasons why any company I interact with would choose someone else over me. Fact of the matter is, I need to find a place that is willing to choose me. The recruiter who got me onto my last job reached out to me today after my interview, like shortly after. It might have been kind of during, but I had my phone on D&D because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't gonna be distracted from my interview. And then he told me about these positions moving to a coastal part of my state. Um, and at first I was super hesitant, but after talking with my roommate that I'm likely moving with, and kind of getting the okay that that would be something that would be workable on his end, I reached back out to him and told him I'd be interested in pursuing it further. And there are multiple positions, and it is in a fairly remote town, so I think, I don't know, I think I have good odds, but it really just depends on what they're looking for specifically. The recruiter I talked with was recommending me some level 2 positions, and part of me was a little worried. I'm like, especially given the interviews that I've had, like, will they think that I am qualified enough? But he seems to think so, and if he can believe in me, then I can too. And talks of a sign-on bonus or relocation pay and
decent benefits and pay in the first place are all good positives for me. So I'm gonna pursue that, hopefully go through some interviews, and just see how it goes. And then after that, I guess before that I had scheduled my vet appointment for my cat. But then I made some food, and a friend called me who had gotten fired from her job, I think a few days ago, um, which was rough hearing about it. A very shitty situation, and like a weird camera angle basically got her canned, but allegedly the people were already out to get her, but it's a lot. And it's just frustrating because I know she is a person who enjoyed the work that she did, and she interacted with animals, and there was obviously a lot of love for each and every animal she dealt with, so it's very frustrating to just think that a company would want to get rid of an employee who does arguably really well in the role, but then beyond that for such a reason that just really conflicts with their like moral alignment, but also like their just work ethic in general. So that was frustrating to hear about, but I heard her out, and then I had to run to the vet, and before I did that, I crammed down my eggs and sausage and toast, and then I went to the vet. He got me in his harness. I had already had his poop scooped in his carrier downstairs, and yeah, I took him to the vet, and I saw a book in the lobby, and I wasn't ready to see this book, and it was Cat Heaven. Cat Heaven is a book that I was given when one of my first cats passed growing up, and needless to say, it is a book I am very emotionally tied to, but again have not thought about in some time. And I took a photo of it, and at first I was fine, and then I kept thinking about it, and I also was telling people, but it just kind of made me come to face with cat mortality again, which is always a factor. However, just again, not something I expected to see. So definitely blindsided me. And the more I thought about it, the more I cried. And I ended up having to ask the receptionist for some tissues, and uh, she obliged. She, I thought, seemed a little confused at first, but she was just very quick. Oh yeah, I got you. But it was a good cry, good memories to have. It's important to remember. It's important not to forget. Um, but yeah, and then I went through the process of telling the vet all this information and getting my boy his shots and um, getting recommended a medication for his potential herpes, which might cause him to be sneezy. They said his heart murmur was at a 3 out of 6, which I had thought the scale was out of 5 when they first told me about it. I could have been mistaken, and I also thought they said it was at a 2, but apparently they said it was at a 2 to 3. And I just had to take their word for it because I don't have a record myself. I just have to go on what I've heard. And while the assistant said that there was no recorded record of an actual number, I had told her that I had thought it was 2, and then the doctor came in, who was a new vet and hadn't dealt with my cat before, said it was at a 2 to 3. So I don't know if he has some extra privileged information or what, but it was kind of strange. But he told me about something that, an ultrasound and some other testing that could be done, imaging really, that could be done to be able to see his heart condition a bit more thoroughly, to be able to kind of have an understanding of it. And once I'm employed again, I may consider that once I'm at least to a point where I feel very stable.
I will likely consider that. But yeah, and then I came home, and not after paying a good $400, but that's fine. It's for my boy, and I love him. But then I came home. I gave him some of this new medicine on his food, and I talked with my mom for a while. I looked through some cards, and that was most of my day. Watched some magic videos and just looked through cards, and then I eventually made some food. That was about it. Um, and I guess as far as an appreciation or gratitude thing, I would like to say that I am grateful for the medicine of today. And while I understand there are certainly lapses in what all medical coverage exists, as well as especially looking at insurance and how that whole system is a nightmare in the States. But nonetheless, I am thankful for the information that we have regarding medicine, regarding treatment, especially when I think about my animal. I teared up thinking about lost cats of yesterday for good reason. I have this close connection with these creatures. Um, and for someone like myself that has at times felt like I struggle with connections with people, um, an animal is just something very special. I remember when I broke up with the last girl I dated for a while. I went to her apartment to pick up some things, and I realized at that time that I was going to see her roommate's cat for the last time. And this cat was very peculiar, but he was super cute. And he would like really want pets, but then would like hiss like if you touched anywhere that wasn't his head, pretty much. And he was such a sweet guy. But again, the relationship ended on. I don't know. I didn't feel super bad about it, but I could understand the level of hurt that was involved. So I understood that I would not be seeing him again, and it's unfortunate because she and him were both really cool. And I understand. I understand that I won't see them again, but part of me just feels like it's kind of unfortunate that it has to be that way. Like, I can definitely understand again. It's not lost on me. Like, I understand that there's like pain associated with it, but I don't know. I guess maybe it's on me for being involved in a relationship and just not really being sure. I don't know. I have a lot of friends that are married, are in long-term relationships, and I've never really had a long-term relationship. Not really, anyway. I've had a series of situationships and flings and a couple relationships, few and far between, but nothing long-term. Not really. I had a long-distance relationship for just under a year. The year before last, no. I remember I got broken up with around my birthday. I had went to visit her, and like day 2 of this trip, which was like a week long, and granted, I guess it's kind of on me, but it was official, and it's like, oh, okay, well, this just changes everything. So I flew back home the next day, and she was nice enough to pay for that flight. And granted, like, similar with my last person I dated, it wasn't like a situation where I was like head over heels. There's been part of me that's been wrangling with this idea that I'm not gonna feel that way again. And I think that's really scary because it seemed like growing up that it was all I could do to not feel that way. Like I would, it wouldn't take much. I would run into just any girl and would immediately just be able to be head over heels. But I haven't felt that way in like 3 years now. And I guess that is a short amount of time, and I'm sure that someone can be my muse and reignite that level of feeling, but it's kind of scary just feeling so distant from that. And I do feel a lot of love for a lot of people, but I don't I don't know. There was almost something very nice about like the level of almost obsession that I was able to muster at the time. And granted, when I say obsession, of course there were downsides, and oftentimes when I felt that way, there were downsides, like a lot of hurt feelings on my part, but also a lot of rejection, which definitely led to the hurt feelings. But I don't know. I don't want to believe that it's impossible to feel that way again. Again, I have a lot of friends that are married and they're in long-term relationships, and hearing their speeches at the weddings and hearing about how you just know X is the one. I don't know. It's inspiring in a way, but I guess it almost makes me ask myself, is there something wrong with me, or is it just literally that I haven't found the right person, or am I being too picky, or am I doing the right thing? How could I know? I want to be with somebody. I want to have a family. I want to own a home. I want to do all the fun American dream things that people talk about. I guess it's just kind of hard for me to picture, being as I'm 26, and the only frame of reference for seeing what that looks like was primarily my parents, and they got married not even super young because my dad had been remarried by that time. But I think my mom was born in '67. I was born in '98. 67 to 98, 31. She was 31 when she had me, but my sister is 6 years older than me. So she would have been 26 or 25 when she had my sister. I'm 26 now, going on 27 and a half a year. So I don't know, it's hard to say it's not crunch time in a sense. But I don't know, I feel really negative when I think about those things. I think it's really easy to start feeling, I don't want to say worthless, but like unworthy in a sense. But I have to not think of it that way, because while I have done things that I would definitely take back if able, I am in a position to say that I would not do those things again. And provided I get an opportunity to talk about those things at length, um, I would be more than willing to talk about them, talk through them, and kind of confirm that that's my stance. Um, I don't think that I am unworthy of love. Like, I don't genuinely believe that. I think everyone is worthy of love, and I'm someone, therefore. um, I just think that the kind of love that I want is hard to find, but worth it. And I'm kind of sticking to that because I've seen people who just, and I don't want to say settle, but I've seen people who will just take whatever they can get. It's not even settling at that point. It's just like first come, first serve. Seen a lot of people just get with whoever just to get with somebody, and I don't usually see it work out well. So I try to look for people that are special, and I've met a lot of people that I think are special as a result of that, but it just hasn't worked out for me yet. But that's okay. I am just 26, and I say 26 as if I'm old or something like that, but it's weird. It's hard to have a frame of reference outside of myself to understand um, what is quote unquote right or wrong or appropriate or yeah. But I believe it's out there. I just gotta keep looking, and eventually I'll find it. Today is Wednesday, January 29th. It is 11:51 p.m. And today I didn't do much, which has been kind of what I've been doing this week. I woke up late. I went and played Magic with my friend until about, I think 11, maybe a quarter to 11 to 11 is when I was leaving. And then I called my friend on the way home, talked with him for a while, and then here I am. I got to play test my two newer decks that I built. One of them is a bit more consistent than the other, but they're both pretty fun. Yeah, I was happy to pull off some pretty big combos, get some wins in. Not necessarily combos where it's infinite, like most combos in Magic are. That was a lot of fun. And the recruiter that reached out to me about a job in a place near a beach here told me that he would give me a call tomorrow, and I guess we'll assess how good a fit I am and next steps before he gets me in front of some people for interviewing. Let me look at his words specifically just to remind myself and to make sure that I'm talking about it correctly. Go find myself on LinkedIn, go my DMs. I'll put you in front of multiple hiring managers and we can see who is interested. I have a couple follow-up questions for you just to figure out how likely things would be to work out, etc. before introduction. Will a quick call tomorrow morning work out? Alright, so initially I thought it would be like work out in regards to like I guess that can be taken in multiple ways. So I think about Magic. The rules very complicated, the wording is very specific, but people don't usually do that. But I guess I'll see what he means when he talks about it working out. And we'll go from there. But I don't know. I think it can work out pretty easily. I think it's a good opportunity. It is far away. Pays good. Living's cheaper. So possibilities to save more. Fulfilling work with plenty of opportunities for advancement, and not much competition internally. Well, maybe internally. I don't know how large their engineering teams are, but I guess we'll just get in there and figure it out. Yeah, I'm excited. I think if it works out, it could be a good opportunity for me to kind of step into more professional engineering kind of things. And I say that loosely, of course, as I do not intend on getting my PE as it stands currently. That may change with time, who knows. But, yeah, I think it could be a great opportunity. I just will need to talk with them and potentially go to interviews and convince them that I'm the shit, because I am, and then go from there. And yeah, just take it one step at a time. I may still hear back from the other interview I had this week, and who knows what will happen. So, yeah. Aside from that, though, talked about my day, talked about things I'm looking forward to. I think I would like to talk about how grateful I am for, I'm going to say history. I guess maybe social history, social studies even. Um, Not something I would think much about usually, but when talking to my friend on the way home, we talked about various advancements in AI and possible inflation of information in the sense of like maybe more boasting to do various things. And again, it's more speculation than anything, but the possibility of a countermeasure similar to what the United States did with the Cold War, and rather the space race, where I believe Russia was basically overspending to the point where they just kind of had to stop. Um, but yeah, and I think it was interesting to be able to frame something happening today, like in a historical context. I think that kind of learning, that kind of knowledge is very valuable. I think there have definitely been times where I have not been super interested in history of a lot of things, but I don't know, I think it's just really fascinating to not only see how far we've come in such a short amount of time, but also B, see how, despite all those changes, there are similar patterns to be recognized. There are similar behaviors. There's similar incentives and reactions and possibilities to speculate on. I think one thing that makes, or the thing probably that makes humans the most able, I guess, compared to other animals, is our ability to communicate and share knowledge and be able to teach things that we learn and to store that knowledge and retain it. Like, I think it's really fascinating. Like, you can teach any human to do anything any other human has done for the most part. There are exceptions, of course, but it's not universal. Like, you can teach certain creatures how to communicate and how to do specific tasks, but teaching them how to learn for themselves with the resources we have is kind of a whole other deal. And I guess this, in a sense, connecting back to AI, now people are looking at how to teach how to learn, which is what has given us our edge. But when you do it in a capacity to have a lot more bandwidth and quickness than people, obviously things can get scary, to which we start talking about things like the singularity and a whole bunch of scary dystopian topics. But I don't know. I don't think things have to go that way. But it is scary thinking about things being able to go that way. But, I mean, that doesn't mean that there couldn't be as many utopia scenarios where there are dystopian scenarios. But I think it's really cool how we're able to learn and record history and use that to inform us for decisions we make for the future. It's just really fascinating. I think a lot of things are when we really look at them. Today is Friday, January 31st. I believe I missed yesterday. Unfortunate. I slept in, well, not super late at that time. I did sleep in a bit, but I still was up like around 8, I think. And then I was making breakfast, and then while I was frying my eggs, a recruiter called me, which he told me he was going to call in the morning, and I kind of expected him to call around 10, so I should have waited to make the eggs, but I didn't. And sure enough, like as soon as he called, like the eggs were just about done, but not quite done, so like I couldn't just take them off, like completely. So I left them in the pan and just took it off the burner so they wouldn't burn, and turned the burner off, and then I made eggs, and then when the call was done, they were completely solid, which is fine. It is what it is. I prefer runny yolks, but what am I gonna do? Unfry the eggs? No. So I ate them. Well, not before making toast. And I went to the bathroom, and I left it on the pan too long, which I expected I would, and I kind of guessed that I would, but I still did it anyway. So one side of the toast was a little charred, but that was okay. I don't remember if I mentioned me buying avocados the other day, but I did. I bought some fruits, I bought some meat, and like some deli meat, some cheese. I bought egg whites because regular eggs are just not a thing right now. I think there was like a listeria outbreak. I don't remember exactly, but I remember hearing about a lot of food products being either recalled or just having issues. So yeah, I got a carton of egg whites. Today, I think, yeah, I had my last 2 eggs. So I'll be giving these egg whites a go, I guess, tomorrow and seeing how I like them. But yeah, I burnt my toast on one side, and then I mentioned the avocados. So when I first bought them, they were not ripe, and I kind of suspected they weren't, but I still was like, I'm gonna try it anyway. Surely, if it's not ripe, it will just not taste as good. No, it was hard as a rock. I mean, not literally. I was able to cut it open, but it fought me very intensely. And you know, at some point, I should have stopped and just been like, it ain't in the cards. I'll give it a day. Because today it was perfect. I had 2 avocados today. I put one half on each slice of toast and put the egg on top and just kind of ate it like little half sandwiches. It's pretty good, despite overcooked eggs and burnt toast. Still not bad. Which, I don't know. I think it says a lot if you can fuck something up and it's still decent. But, yeah, that was my quote unquote breakfast. And then later in the day, I had half of a leftover sandwich from Firehouse Subs. And there was mayo on it, which I wasn't a big fan of because I have a huge um, aversion. Oh, thought my cat was gonna sneeze on me. I don't like that, obviously. But I am very averse to mayo for reasons I may get into sometime. But I bought it, I didn't check it before I left, and then I went to my friend's apartment and we were eating, and I wasn't gonna either throw a fit or just not eat as a result. It's just like, yeah, whatever. It's not what I want, but it's fine. Not that throwing a fit would be an accurate or good response anyway, but I don't know. I think disappointment can really kind of upset me sometimes. So, yeah. But, yeah, I think I've gotten better about how I react to things. And as a result, I was pretty calm about it. I talked about my aversion to mayo, and I was just thankful that what mayo was there was mostly um, combined with barbecue sauce, so I just didn't think about it too much. And I don't know, I even enjoyed it. As crazy as that might sound for someone who doesn't like a thing, but when I was warming up my sandwich today, I took some preventative measures. I took the piece of bread off where the mayo was, wiped off as much as humanly possible, grabbed some extra sauce I had in the fridge, and barbecued it up. I even added some extra cheese on there, and it was really good. And then I had another avocado, which made the second more cut up. And I guess that's all I ate yesterday. But like, I don't know, like that sandwich was a lot of calories, and fried eggs aren't the healthiest. So there's that. I don't know. I do want to eat less and less caloric things moving forward, so it's not a bad thing. And then the fact that I split the sandwich, I was happy about. Granted, it was a large, and I even chose to get a Coke Zero instead of a regular soda. And then the artificial flavor, I think, well, there's like, it was a Coke Zero, but it was cherry vanilla. And I think, I don't know, it was weird. The nutrition stuff said that the flavorings didn't have any caloric value. Like, I had very minimal caloric value to the point where it's basically negligible. So, I don't know. I had my Coke Zero and the flavors, and either it added very minimal calories or some calories, I don't know. I'm assuming if there is no calories, there can't be any actual sugar. There's that. Not that there wouldn't be plenty in the barbecue sauce or the cured meats. Yeah. Anyways, so sandwich. Oh, I also had a soda. I had my last one. Oh, wait, no. Ugh, I had more than that because I had an energy drink in the morning and a soda. I've been really bad about just kind of being impulsive. One thing that doesn't help is my friend talks about, well, I say, I make a decision. I have chose a lot to just get more soda and to get energy drinks and to just get more sugary things and to spend money on things, which I need to really hone in, but it's okay. I did, after talking to the recruiter, he looked at my resume and he was like, hey man, you need metrics, which I was kind of aware of that, but I don't have great metrics to work with, so I threw on the one realistic kind of metric that made any sort of tangible sense of value that I bring to a company, and even that, not hard numbers. And then I threw a bunch of other numbers on there and sent it back to him, and he was like, yeah, that one's good. Other than that, not that much. And I was like, yeah, I kind of know. But he said he was going to proceed with it anyway, so I will hopefully get to interview for some positions and see how they feel about me and my experience and my capabilities. So there's that. That's exciting, potentially. I mean, if I were to get hired on at that company, it would be a large move for me, but I think I can make it work, and I think it'll be a great opportunity if it works out. So, I don't know. I think change is scary, but it's exciting. And I try to focus on the exciting parts because usually the fiery parts are not the good ones. So, yeah. And aside from that, I told myself I was going to apply to general jobs, and I haven't really done that. So, I did gather my files for my taxes. I think I gathered everything that I could need, including my retirement fund distribution, my student loan interest payments, and my I believe card taxes would be handled separately. Although I did pay off my vehicle this year, so I don't know if that would have any impact as far as like an asset or anything. I don't know. But yeah, there are those things, and then oh yeah, I guess technically I sold. No, I didn't, because my I have shared ownership of my vehicle, which is annoying because only I have paid towards my vehicle, but I needed a cosigner for the loan when I did it, so the result is that now that it is paid off, it's ours. It belongs to both of us. but that's fine. Um, Either way, I don't know if that would even impact my taxes in any sort of, again, meaningful way. I think the student loan interest payments being about $1,000 more than they were last year likely will impact it. And then my income taxes were less because I made less income. However, the money I drew from employment, I gathered that form as well, will be thrown in there because I did tax as much as they would let me tax from it, which I think was like 6%. Um, and then aside from that, there was retirement distribution, and of course I got taxed heavily on that, but I mean, that's fine. It's like $1,000 in taxes from that. I don't remember how much I paid in taxes between my job, but I also don't really want to disclose that. I'm okay talking about my student loans and stuff. I'm like a little over 20K in debt, but I'm working on it. I've been paying my loans despite unemployment, and I hope to continue to do so. Um, so I'm gonna apply for some local stuff, apply for some stuff in the town I'd like to move to, and also wait to hear back between a job near where I'm at now and the multiple potential opportunities in the town that would be completely new to me. But yeah, a lot of moving parts. I talked about fiscal irresponsibility. Granted, I did it on credit, which is its own problem, but it's one I can't solve right now, so it's one we're just gonna have to sit on for a little bit. But I did purchase a collector booster box of the Innistrad remastered um, cards, Magic the Gathering. Um, so I will receive that in a few days, I think. I think 7 to 10 was when it was, and then I bought it like 3 days ago, so within a week probably. Um, and it's a pipe dream, but I would love to own a serialized Edgar Markov card. It is the most expensive bean. Get off my mic. It is the most expensive set card in the set because it is serialized out of 500, and I think I've seen two random numbers at 318 and 316 that were like $3,000. That's kind of crazy to me because I don't know how large the population of the card is. I know there are various prints of it. There's a retro, there's a showcase, and then there's a regular. I think it's the reprint. So there's three different prints of it, and then there's a movie poster serialized that has the 500. And if there's 500 of that one specifically, that tells me there should be like a ton more of the other ones. So the fact that there are so many of them, yet it's still like a $40 card is kind of crazy to me. And then even crazier that the one that there's only 500 of that is somehow worth 3,000. That's I don't know. I don't know if they've been selling at 3,000. I just know there are two listed at 3,000. And it's a pipe dream for sure. But if I were able to pull one of those, and even crazier, two of them, which one is a pipe dream, two is not happening. Like, it's impossible. And I need to be very clear about that because temptation to buy stuff am not able to afford is at an all-time high. But it's okay. I already spent it. It's already been done. And on top of that, I also spent $20 on cards to completely transform a deck that I play right now. I have been playing Commander. I talk about it a good bit. I've been doing it primarily as anything that I'm doing. And I found a card that I thought would be funny to. Oh no. I thought I remembered why I would have picked up a card that I played in the deck, but I didn't play that card until after I changed the command. No, I didn't. Hello, Bean. He's very affectionate right now. I guess probably because we're not usually up together at this time. Maybe he just wants to be with me. I think we'd like to record it purring a little bit. He didn't really like that in his face. I don't know if I could get it closer to him without disturbing him. I could try maybe on the side of him. Not really. That didn't really do anything. Anyways, I got a little bit of snippets of him before he pushed away from it, which I can get it. I wouldn't like it if someone just shoved something in my face. But I spent $20 on 4 cards and shipping and taxes, all included, to get the 4 cards that are different between the deck that I'm currently running and the one that I have been playing, and the reason that I am up at this time, because I was playing with my one friend that I usually play with, and then it was getting towards 11, and I was like, I should probably go to bed. And then at the very least, I'm going to take accountability here. At the very least, I should have taken a moment where I'm about to talk about the pause, but I should have taken that pause to come and record this, but I didn't. And anyways, I didn't think about it at the time. I was just excited to be able to do what I was doing, which was consistently play pretty good, pretty well with this deck. So our third friend was gonna be home. He said at like 11:15. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I think it might have been 11:30 when he actually got home, and we played like one game of Commander between the 3 of us, and it drug on for like an hour and a half. And at that point, 11:30, hour and a half later, 30 gets us to 12, 12 to 1. It's like 1 o'clock. Okay. Other guy has work tomorrow, so he hops off, and then me and the third guy are just playing one-on-one. We play a couple rounds, and he just got to see it firsthand, and like, man was impressed. He was like, wow, like, I'm actually kind of surprised, like, you built this. Like, this is running pretty well against this, like, pre-con deck. Not, I don't think it's actually a pre-con, but it's like it's like a good deck that's been play tested a lot. So, yeah. So, I mean, and like on the one hand, like I kind of self-identify as a terrible deck builder, so like kind of having that invalidated in a way is nice because it's like, oh, I can make things that work. Now, granted, some of the cards that do add a lot of synergy and cohesion in my deck are ones that I got recommendations for. I mean, the first friend mentioned earlier is the only reason I even looked at dinosaur commanders, although I was thinking about it, I just hadn't looked into it. And then he looked at a list of all the dino commanders, and we got to the one that I'm playing now, which I think is the only one with the color combination I'm running, which is red, black, and green. But yeah, getting good consistent pulls, good consistent plays, and I'm sure it can be refined, but like it's been pretty good. Um, yeah, I've just really enjoyed getting into Magic, and I guess that's leading to what I wanted to talk about today, which is, I think I've even maybe talked or touched on this just a little bit, but I just really love the extent of where things can be taken. Like, I love pushing past limits. I love exceeding expectations. I love just breaking stuff. Um, yeah. Um, and being able to do things that I guess are impactful in that way as well. And even if it's something just as simple as Magic the Gathering, and I say as simple as it, as if there are not so many years of cards, like early 90s means it's what, 30 years? Crazy. And at least 30, I don't know if that's exactly true. I think so, because I think like beta stuff was coming out in 93, which I wasn't even born yet. My sister was, but she would have been like 2 or 1. But like the fact that there's this thing that's been around for that long and is still viable and people still find ways that they can break it and do all sorts of crazy stuff with it is fun. And the fact that I get to be a part of that and I get to do my own little stuff, awesome. I love it and I have so much fun with it. And I know more people that do it than I had thought. So like it's been a nice thing like for community and friendships as well. I've just I've just really had a great time. And it's just a lot of fun. I am very glad that I started playing Magic. Ironically, I talk about finding the magic in things, and honestly, it's pretty magical. As a result of playing, like, I feel tempted to use my 3D printer. It's like, okay, um, I can 3D print deck boxes, I can 3D print dice, I could 3D print counters. I don't know, I can 3D print a lot of stuff. Um, and I think that's really cool. That, like, A, it's kind of inspiring me, but B, it's something fun I can do, and it's something that I see a lot of people do as like a profession. And I'm definitely, I don't think to the point of doing that, but I don't know. I think it could be something where maybe I get there. So I'm kind of excited to maybe even give it a try. And I just realized today's the 31st. Oh my god. That means I get to take all the audio recordings I have after tomorrow and make a video. That's kind of. God, a month has passed already. And that's kind of. I want to say concerning. Like, I've enjoyed myself a lot, but I've also kind of stressed myself out a lot. And part of that is kind of putting myself out there. And I don't know, if someone gets to this point of listening and the video that I make, which again is its own staggering statement, I think I'm just going to do it anyway, because the odds of someone listening to all of it is kind of low, and the odds of someone actually caring about things I have to say or be grateful for, I expect it to be very low. And even still, the things I've been talking about haven't always been super positive and uplifting, so I don't know. But I want to do it. I want to put it out there. I want it to be heard, if nothing else than by me. And maybe someday, assuming I have a family or kids, or if there were to be some unfortunate event that would cause an early passing, then I guess it would be nice to have a way for people who did care and did know me to kind of get in my head and know the things that I think about or how I think about things. Because I think something like that would be really sad, and again, I'm very grateful for people in my life, and honestly, even despite my current situation in life, I'm very grateful for where my life has taken me so far. There's a song that I have listened to a good bit, and grab my fur-covered phone thanks to my cat. I think it's called "I Didn't Go." Yeah, "I Didn't Go," and it's on Joyner Lucas's album. Go to album. Not Now I'm Busy. It's his second studio album by American rapper Joyner Lucas. It was released March 22nd, 2024. Really? Huh. I kind of thought it's his second album. I feel like Joyner was a big enough name that it would have been older than that, but I guess not. But there's a song called "I Didn't Go," and I'm reading. Album features guest appearances by Youngboy Never Broke Again, Conway the Machine, Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll? What the hell? Have I heard that one? Kind of surprised by Jelly Roll. Best for Me. I don't know if I've heard that or not. I may check that out at some point, but Jelly Roll, Simba, the late DMX, which I didn't know. I guess maybe I had an idea he passed. I think X Gon' Give It To You is the first song I think of. Logic. What's Logic on? Not seeing it. I guess Offbeat Logic and Twista still alright. Twista and Nefereti Ivani. Don't know who most of those people are. But yeah, I know I've heard Waiting on this, or sorry, yeah, Wait is Waiting on This, Waiting on This a lot, because I really like it. I know I've heard I'm Ill. I guess at some point I should probably just listen to the whole album. But more recently I've come into contact with I Didn't Go, which does feature Simba and DMX. And then DMX chimes in and he talks about how grateful he is for his life, where he's at right now, all the good and the bad, everything that's got him here. And even though I feel like I'm in a quote unquote bad time, I don't really think I am. Like, sure, career wise, it's a weird time and has been, but I've really gotten to take this time to kind of be. I don't know how best to say that. This time has been, I don't even want to say transformative. Like, I've been kind of trying to do things differently a lot in this time, but I don't know that I've been successfully doing things differently. I just kind of have ideas of things I want to do, and I've been doing little bits of things a bit more, but nothing super consistent or a ton of it, and maybe just the little efforts will help build into what eventually I make to be my life. But it's just, it's kind of, I don't know, it's been nice in a weird way. Like, again, the money hasn't been super tight. Like, I have less than I would have, obviously, and there's that. But at the same time, work was so slow to the point where I was trying to find stuff to do just to fill the days. And I hate that, like, a lot. I like doing things, and it's funny I say that because despite that, on my own time, I haven't done much. Like, I've done a lot more recently, sure, but before recently, not really. Like, I would watch a lot of shows. Hell, I watched like all of Dragon Ball Super in like within a week or two. I think it might have been a week. And it's unfortunate because had I started One Piece at the beginning of this, I might be like caught up, and that would be awesome. But I don't know. That's a large undertaking. I don't know that I'll ever do it. But anyway, that's okay. Regardless, I was saying all that, or that last part, just to say how it's nice that, like, DMX in that song, I Didn't Go. I guess maybe I should think about all that he says a bit more, but And I don't know if I'll talk about my religious thoughts in this stuff at any point, but I may. Um, but he thanks God, and he even goes on to preach about how he's trying to get his message out to somebody. And I guess I didn't really think about him being dead or really have a conscious idea about it when he was saying it, but I think it's kind of even more powerful now that knowing he is gone, that like his message did have some impact, and I'm sure if I ran into it, like I'm sure many other people have as well, and hopefully have been motivated and impacted by it as well, because there are a lot of ups and downs, and it takes it all. Like you don't get to do life without all of it, and I think it's just important to be able to pick up the pieces and have it build who you are in the same way. I've talked about this, I know. In the same way that trees need their wind for their rigidity, because it makes their rings less concentric and adds strength. I think I talked about that way early on. But in that same way, the hardships build us into who we are. Without the hardships, without the wind, the trees fall over. They don't hold up to their own weight. I think it's important. And I think it's even better that I've been able to go through what would be considered a hard time by most and actually enjoy myself. Because I could have done a lot of worse things. I am aware of worse things that people do for money, and I haven't really stooped to that. I've just kind of had a break. And I've said it once, I'll say it again. I'm ready to work. I'm ready to get back into it. So, I've had a nice break, and I'm ready to go, and I'm ready to hit the ground running, and I'm ready to just keep living for as long as I can, and have as many experiences as I can, because it's all fun. It's all, I think the fun is what you make of it, and I just enjoy myself in most of the things I do. I find challenges fun. I find difficult things fun. Like, I don't know, and life's difficult, and thank God it is, because I'd get bored otherwise. Alright, but I have rambled enough. It is 4:15 now. Holy hell, I have an alarm going off in 45 minutes. I don't think I'll turn it off, but I definitely don't think I'll wake up for it. If I wake up at 8, when that alarm goes off, I probably won't wake up at the 6 one either. But if I do wake up at the 8 one, I will stay up. If nothing else, kind of make sure that I can slip back into a somewhat normal schedule after tomorrow. Um, although if I keep playing Magic, it's gonna be rough. I need to make sure that I balance things better, because I tend to be impulsive. I will follow impulse to the ends of the earth sometimes, and that can be fun. It can be a lot of enjoyment, but all the time is a problem too. So balance is important, and I can definitely benefit from more discipline and balance in my life. So those are things I want to work on. Today is Friday, January 31st. The time is 11:50 p.m. and sorry, I am pretty tired. That was me exhaling accidentally into the mic. I am not gonna keep using these cheap headphones that came with this thing. They keep falling out of my ears. They will not stay in. They're very frustrating. But I mean, I paid like $30 for this thing, and they threw in headphones. That's fine, but like, yeah, I thought when I had first got this that, well, when I saw that there was audio monitoring, I didn't think that I was gonna like it after I tried it. but there is something nice to it. Like, sure, I have to hear everything I say, but for some reason, just because like I just said it, it doesn't like re-register to me. I just kind of hear it and like I'm like that sounds okay. It also allows me to hear all the noises that I make when I move this little device, or when Bean sniffs it and purrs, which is very hard to capture, especially when trying to shove it in his face. Um, but today I slept in. I ended up going to bed about 5 in the morning, and I woke up I think around 11, and then I made food. I made sandwiches, and I had an avocado because I gotta eat them very fast because they're going bad because that's what they do. I ended up getting food out tonight, and I shouldn't have done that, but and I definitely shouldn't have done it the way that I did it. It was very weird. I woke up this morning feeling full of energy in a weird way, and I say that like, well, in a weird way. I did make sure to shower today, because I was overdue. But yeah, I am blanking. I talked to some friends about planning to do the Aether Drift pre-release at a local card shop, and I maybe, yeah, but I am happy that you want to be affectionate. Oh, happy that you want to be affectionate, but you're kind of fucking my steez up. Yeah. I love you. You get on my nerves sometimes. Between the recruiter call, the acting feral, and then me just hanging out with my friend, and you acting feral. I get it. I need to play with you more, and engage you more. Okay. So, stop. Hey, I love you. Please give me this. Let me have this one thing. Yeah. So I made plans for Eighth Drift. And I filed my taxes. And it's very frustrating doing so because I had my W-2 in from until I got laid off, and it was like, you're getting X amount of dollars. I'm like, alright, cool, that's like pretty good. And then I knew that I had to put in my unemployment stuff, and I didn't know how at first, and I figured it out. Ow, your paws are super heavy. So I kind of just bypassed it and moved on, to which then I put in my so tired. So then I put in my student loan payment stuff, and I was like, all right, cool. And it's like, all right, well, because you didn't meet this like $14,000 deduction, you get the regular standard deduction. And I'm like, okay, well, so much for me thinking, and because I paid so much more in interest on my loans, that it would make any sort of a difference. Hey, bud, not now. Not now, okay? Um, yeah, so that didn't make a difference. And then I did the unemployment thing, and then it's like, alright, well, you're getting taxed at this rate, and you can only pay 10% of your unemployment income to taxes. So we're going to have to take the rest of that. It's like, it's just annoying because I literally typed in a number that was like around 30 some percent, I think. Just because between taxes and insurance, I usually expect to like devote 30% of my check to not having. And then it was like, nope, you can only choose up to 10. So I did 10%. And I'm like, all right, whatever. This is the max. This is what they want me to do. So surely it'll be fine, and I won't be penalized for this later. Ha ha ha. Wrong. Anyway, so by the time I did that, it dropped my return quite a bit. And then my 401k distribution, because I did decide to take it out, and granted, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I should be rolling it over to a new account. Whatever the case, that's not what happened. I used it to live on, and yeah, I've just been floating with it. But as a result of that, not only did I have to pay like $1,000 of it to just get out, I then, on top of that, get like penalized for using it. And it's like, what is the point? Like, why am I having this money put aside when I literally just cannot access it until I'm at least 55? And I guess, I understand it's for retirement, it's for the future, you're supposed to keep it in there, but like, the way that retirement is done is so frustrating and like limiting, really. And that's what I don't like about it. I guess what I'd rather do is find a way to do my own personal 401k so that whenever I transition from job to job, I don't have to worry about taking the money out, moving it over, transferring it. Which I guess it's probably not as complicated as I make it, but regardless, it's just frustrating. Like, that's money that I earned. That's money that was paid to me. And I paid taxes on it going into the account. Why am I paying penalties and getting taxed more for taking it out? Like, why the hell am I paying taxes on it in the first place? Like, it makes no sense. It just chunks it away, and it's like it wasn't even like it was a good amount of money. Don't get me wrong; it was after about 2 years of the company, but like, it's just annoying. But it's fine. Like, I'm still getting a good return. I'm not like mad about that. Do I wish it would be more? Sure, but like, whatever. It's fine. Like, it's nice. There are a lot of things that frustrate me about the way that things are, but I guess the main thing to take away is that despite the way that things are still good. And I was feeling pretty positive about that kind of message yesterday. I really like that frame of thinking, so I'm going to try and stick with that and stop complaining because, again, I'm fine. I'm doing well. I have the happiest cat in the world purring, rubbing against me right now. I live in a home with food and central air, and a, on a bed, laying on a comforter my great grandmother, who's still alive, gave me. Um, I don't know, things could be a lot worse, and I need to keep that in mind. Earlier, when I went to go get my fast food, I caught myself getting mad because the Popeyes I had went to, which it was raining, but like that shouldn't affect their order quality. It's just a thing that sucks because they had a wait time, so they had to go outside in the rain. But my order, like I was handed an order, and it was mostly my stuff, but it was missing some items, and I got mad, and I was like, I started cussing about the thing, and I was like, I'm gonna go in there, and then the drive-through was a lot, and like, I don't know, I saw what I thought to be someone trying to go in at some point, and it had appeared that, like, this lady could not, so I'm thinking that they kind of keep the inside locked, which there's not really a parking lot there for people to be able to, like, park and go and eat inside. So it's my assumption that they just lock the door and they unlock it as they're bringing food out to people, but I don't know that for sure. But I get told I'm gonna have to wait for like 8 minutes. I'm like, okay. And I get told to pull to the other side of the building, to which I do behind another car that I assume is waiting for their stuff as well. Um, a lady comes out, I think the same lady who took my food, and granted, I think they're pretty understaffed as well, and I'm sure that doesn't help things. But she came out and she like walked around my car, and it looked like she was going to go bring food to someone who had parked like where I think it was handicap parking. And then she walked around my car, tapped on my windshield, and was like, "Hey, can you like?" Directed me to pull to the other side of the parking lot, further from the building. Parked there just to kind of minimize distance in the rain, but she told me to pull there, and then once I did, I realized that like there was a large truck that was unable to get by, and I think that was why she had told me that, which makes sense. So I pulled over to the far corner, and then eventually a larger truck comes by and is trying to get through into the drive-through, and I have to like pull forward quite a bit. So I do, and then I see the one lady try to go in, and then I don't see her go in, and then I see her get in the car and leave. So there's that. And then my order comes, and it's like half there, and I paid for all of it, and I got upset about it. And then I was like, alright, well, I could go inside, and I thought about the lady, and I was like, alright, I don't know that I can go inside. And the drive-through was long at that point, like to the point where I had to like squeak by a car. They ended up like putting my back tire on the curb, getting out. Um, so I gave up on that, and I decided that I wasn't going to be bad about it anymore because I don't know. It's like if that's what I got to be mad about, then like I think I'm having a good day. And all things considered, I did have a good day. So I'm just gonna keep the positives in mind and not get clouded when I get angry over really trivial matters. Because there's no reason to get angry most of the time. I feel like I spent a lot of my time growing up being angry and reacting to things and just a lot. Um, I guess to be fair, that's how I was raised. My parents, whenever something would come up that was unexpected or stressful or what have you, cause arguments, um, and there'd be a lot of anger, like very quick to anger. And even so, to the point my sister now is quick to anger, and it's upsetting to see because there's so much more to life than just anger. There's definitely a time and a place for it. It's an important emotion to have. It's a good motivator sometimes. It can be used in very impactful ways, but much like anything else in excess, it's just problematic. I've I've really made good progress in terms of my reactions to things, and I'm very happy about that. Very grateful for the awakening that I had. I'm sure I talked about my dad's passing, but I don't know that I've really talked about the impact that it really had on my life. I think I talked about it recently even, but even still, I don't know. As far as the impact goes, if I have talked about it, I don't know how much more I can drive it home, but just to say that if I had known what I learned after he passed, there is part of me that feels that I could have helped him before he passed and helped it not happen that soon. But that's wishful thinking. That's me working under the assumption that he did not or was not aware of the things that I figured out. Um, and it's working under the assumption that he would have done the work that he needed to make the changes in his life, that he needed to do the things that he wanted to do and be able to be happy with who he was as a person. Because I don't think he was happy with who he was as a person. His only son wouldn't talk to him. His girlfriend at the time was someone who either pissed him off to the point where he got abusive or was abusive herself to the point where there's suspicion within my family that she's the reason he had an untimely demise. Um, he worked hard for a lot of things, but didn't really put the proper effort in when he needed to, I think. And it's very upsetting. And I think he was capable and deserved better, but he didn't do that for himself. And the unfortunate truth is that no one will. Especially, I mean, I don't know, no one should have to make you do the things that you need to do. I think it's important to have people who uplift you. I think it's important to surround yourself with people that are going to motivate you and push you. But you can't expect them to force you because that's your job. So, yeah. I only wish I would be able to take the things I know and convey them in a meaningful way to my nephews, my sister, my mom. I don't feel like she understands it either. And I don't know, it just makes me kind of sad because I've seen a lot of people in my family just going through life, surviving, angry, all the time angry, or upset, or it's just a lot. There's a whole lot of negativity. And it's hard sometimes because I try to surround myself with positivity. And I understand there has to be negative things in life. I'm not trying to say that there can only be positivity, but even throughout the negatives, there are good things. And I think it's easy to lose sight of that. And a lot of my experience in life has been around people who do lose sight of that so quick that it's a wonder I've been able to do half the things I have. I think a lot of my driving motivators was to just be different, to do different things, to, as I've said so many times, get the hell out. And now that I feel like I've gotten out in a sense, and that I have a somewhat normal life, I feel like I've just kind of stopped. And I mean, obviously, the layoff and that stuff is kind of its own little saga, its own chapter, even. But I want to do more. I have to do more. So, just something to work on all the time. But I think it's always good to work on yourself. Not that constant, continual improvement is the goal, but constant work kind of is. There should always be something to move towards, and while every day can't be 3 steps forward, every day should not be 3 steps back. But that being said, despite all of the time it has taken me to kind of understand things as I do now, I am grateful that I've been able to do so. I'm grateful to think that anyone is able to do so. I understand it takes a lot of work, and it takes a lot of time, and I understand that I could be better, but it just gives me something to strive for. So, if someone has listened to all these audio logs, I don't know what to say other than thank you for hearing me out. I hope it hasn't been a complete waste of your time, and I hope that something meaningful has been gathered. And I do intend on keeping on doing this, but as I did tell myself that I would turn this into a YouTube video, I guess that I'll do that. Because if nothing else, it'll be a thing to put out there. And I guess since my plan is to eventually kind of do more stuff with YouTube, this would be intermingled. So, if that were to be a thing where people get interested in knowing more about me and my life and how I think about the world, and beyond that, people were interested in actually hearing me out and listening to all the things I have to say and getting through a month of those things and potentially 2, 3, 4 whole year. I can't think of nothing more than the gratitude I would have to any of those people for supporting me and engaging with me in such ways. So, if anyone is listening to this, I just want to say that I am grateful for you.